controlled opposition, and a few other topics that Pharaoh want to go over. Patreon.com/Taylor Durden. It's $5 a month. I'll be doing another live after this live to throw on a Patreon. So I'm going to go live right now with Pharaoh. We'll wrap this thing up, and then I'll go live again this evening, West Coast time. Sorry for everybody else that's not on the West Coast. That might be too late for them to watch the live that's coming on after this live. But it'll be on the Patreon, patreon.com/Taylor Durden. But the one that I'm doing right now with Pharaoh, because like I was just saying, yeah, I'm doing one with Pharaoh right now as soon as he gets up in here, and then we're going to conclude that, and then I'll do one for my Patreon this evening. It's been another long day. My high school coach would be like, every day is 24 hours to everybody, brother. So, you know, yeah. What's going on, man? How you doing, bro? My man Dylan up in here. How you doing, Dylan? Yeah. So, just waiting for Pharaoh to jump on. I'm gonna invite him now. I don't know. Maybe it's a lag or something. You know, it's always something with this shit. Man, I was somebody had suggested to Santos Bonacci. He's reposted some of my stuff before, man, and he's shown love over the years in that regard and whatever. I ain't got no problems with him. But since the live took like too long to start last time, he was like, I can't, I can't watch it. It's too much dead air." I'm like, "Damn, man, there's plenty of other content on here that you could have clicked on." But yeah, man, maybe he'll want to get on sometime later. I get Santos Bonacci at some point here. Oh yeah, how you doing, Farrell? I can't hear you. I don't know if your volume's off or you're muted or
Controlled
something.
opposition.
Oh, I hear you now.
Headset. Can anyone hear my voice?
I hear you good. I don't know how they're doing. Anybody in the chat, please let us know if you hear Farrell well.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you good. They said they hear you good.
Okay, perfect.
All is well, Farrell? On your end, personally, I mean, I know all is well, not in the world necessarily.
Is Taylor also here? I don't see her
You
here.
you don't hear me?
Flight echo, okay.
I don't know if you got the volume on the phone up or not. I don't know. You hear me, Farrell? And we got a pretty good connection. It's just I don't know what's going on now. Let me see. Farrell, do you hear me? Red hot, man. Red hot. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I know, right? With the live, but it can't work if it wouldn't work. If the live was seamless, it probably wouldn't upload or something. I can't go into my messages. I wish I had my other phone charged so I could message him from it.
So now you hear me. The headset's unplugged, but I don't exit and come and return. Okay.
Yeah, do you hear me? Okay, I guess he's leaving and coming back. Somebody, I'll leave the timestamp in the YouTube link for when Pharaoh enters the room for people that's coming exclusively for Pharaoh. Yep. If y'all got any questions or anything you want to talk about, I got things I want to talk about. Like I said, I'm going to be doing another live later after this one's over. This is going to be a quick live with Pharaoh. I'd imagine maybe an hour, hour and a half or something. Yeah, man, Santos needs to get on, man. I don't know what's up with Santos, man. I mean, he's shown love over the years. I don't know why we can't have a good conversation, but you hear me well?
Okay.
Do
Now
you
I
hear
hear
me?
you. Hello.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Cool. So, how you doing, Pharaoh?
How are you? Going
Well,
through
man,
the
I mean,
woes of the
completing the tasks I had set for
Mhm.
myself.
Okay. Is that a new roof?
The roof behind me, I'm gonna replace.
Okay.
I did the front end. I gotta do the back end. I'm gonna do that like either this week or next week.
Mhm.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow, and I was thinking like after that, then I'm gonna start taking the old roof off, and then
Mhm.
I should have it done. It's only like 14 by 8 or something, or 16 by 8. It shouldn't be that much of a job. Getting the old roof off is going to be harder than putting a new one on.
Mhm. Are you going to use a living roof? For example, with tarmac and with sod and soil to actually have a living roof, or are you going to just maintain it as a corrugated roof for now?
I was gonna just put a plywood down, and then over top of the plywood, I was gonna put the synthetic underlayment and the drip protection on the edges, and then just throw the corrugated down on top.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, that should work just as long as it's insulated well. You shouldn't have any issues with water leakage.
Yeah, I mean, the people that had like the cabin was built in the 40s. I don't know when they redid the roof or whatever, but I mean, it held up pretty well up until like when I got here. It was definitely needing attention, but for the most part, it's funny because when I first got here, I cleaned the roof off because there was so much moss and stuff on it, and then it had leaks.
Yeah, that was probably what was stopping the water from coming through, the moss.
Yeah, the moss was holding it down for me. Then I cleaned the moss off, and I was like, "Fuck, I got all these leaks now."
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the living roof, because I don't hear of them when they're done well, planned well. They usually last a long time and they don't leak. And
Yeah.
they're low maintenance, and as far as keeping it cool and warm when appropriate, it does the job.
Yeah, I would like to sometime in next year when the soil after we get a few rains, start digging out an area to put like an in-ground type earth bag situation that where I can where I'll go down 8 feet or so and
Mhm.
then put the living roof over top of that because
Mhm.
I had seen a design for that that seemed like pretty cool, and then nobody really knows there's a building under there.
Exactly. Think
Yeah.
ahead, plan ahead. Mhm. Okay, so I see you have a topic listed here, controlled opposition.
Yeah, I
That's
remember that was the last thing we spoke about. You said controlled opposition and something else. I forget exactly the message, but I think I remember that was the first
Mhm.
controlled opposition and something else.
Hmm.
I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember the other topic. It was the last
How,
things we spoke about. You were talking about people honeypotting and like giving half truth.
birthright citizenship,
Oh yeah,
and
birthright. Yeah, that was it. That was it.
different topics. Correct. And so far as the U.S. Republic, or the Republic of America, so-called Republic of America goes, there are only two groups, basically, actually only one in particular, but if you want to say technically or de facto, there's only one group that's actually in possession of birthright citizenship. All other groups are not, because the fact of their status. And so that would include everyone from Germans, Italians, Nigerians, Chinese, Japanese, Hispanic, of all various forms, you name it, South Pacific Islanders, Filipinos, everybody, other than the so-called American Negro, so-called American Aboriginal. They actually have birthright citizenship. And that's written into, the Federalist Papers, it's written into the Constitution. No other group has it. So basically, if it comes down to, I think that's why your current president made that statement about American Aboriginals, because he knows, and and I'm sure he has attorneys advising him, and he's an astute individual, so he knows exactly, and most of them do. They know exactly what's what and who's who. So, and it would make sense considering the various policies that have been put in place, and how certain things are always grabbed away. When someone says, for example, privilege, they have no idea what that means in a legal sense. So when someone says white privilege, there's Latino privilege and Native American privilege. The reason being is because a privilege can be snatched away. For example, they don't use the term of privilege in the military, but you have something that's similar to a privilege. It comes with your military status. During times of so-called war, that is amplified. But it's the same thing. They just change the semantics or change the nomenclature, but it's the same thing. A privilege can be taken away. A right can be contested. And a birthright, that's something that it has to be invoked. And once it's known and invoked, cannot be changed. So many groups are probably going to be extremely envious, jealous, and upset the fact that they don't have birthright citizenship, and only one group really does, and that would be the group of people who were basically prisoners of war, enslaved. And I'm not referring to people from Jamaica or Haiti or any of the islands, nor mainland Africa, not at all. These are all various people. Remember, we're in an empire, in a world of nations, and they don't have a nation. The Aboriginal American, the only nation they have, and it makes sense, is the America, or Americas, Amérique, whatever you want to call it. And there are many receipts, to use a modern lingo, to prove it, whether you're referring to archaeology, artifacts, written journals, historical reports, you name it. There's a lot of proof showing and proving that American Aboriginals are the people of the Americas, the original peoples of the Americas. So what does that say about the so-called Native American, which is a term that is also new, and it's obvious, most so-called Native Americans are a mix of different groupings, and they too are immigrants. I know to many who claim a Native American status, they would be upset with that, but the fact is that they are a mix of, and especially now, as a result of so-called recognition, civilized recognition status for certain tribes. If you look at their board members, they look no different than someone in your, if you're Caucasoid or Caucasian or so-called white, they might look just like that. I had a neighbor when not too far from, in fact, you stopped at that neighbor's house when you came to the farm in Tennessee. That neighbor was receiving Native American benefits, if you want to call it that. In other words, some type of benefit, stipend, check, whatever. And you saw him. Did he look like he was so-called, he didn't look Siberian in a sense. He didn't look so-called any type of tribe. He looked like could be German, Irish, Dutch, but he will defend to his dying breath that he was part Cherokee. And I used to joke with him, and I'd say, which part? The one in your garage? Or, and I wasn't joking actually, but I don't think he would actually admit that his lineage was so-called Native American by writ, one of those rolls, like the Dawes rolls, very popular Dawes rolls. In other words, you could change your status during that time frame between 1871 and 1931. A lot of individuals were changing their status. Some were not changing their status at all. They were forced to, primarily the so-called American Negro. They were forced to adopt different, as you can see, today even, the most recent term being so-called African American, but they have been forced to change their designation many times over. And so that's where the birthright status comes into, play, if you will, or comes to work, because they would not be any of those misnomers. You wouldn't put that in, but, currently we would say African American if that's going to be put down on anything. But if we wanted to use an older term, the oldest term would be Indian, American Indian. But then after that, they started to use terms like Negro. But actually, without any parameter put on that, the real word would just be American. So I want all those who are listening to forego the emotional status, the emotional reprieve, and look at the facts. If Taylor went over to Ireland without an accent and looking as he does, and stayed there for 3 years and just decided, you know what, I'm going to be Irish, he can apply for citizenship, residency, basically, but he'll never be accepted as a true Irish because he's not. Even if he finds out, through some miracle DNA that, oh yeah, you have Irish in your family, still doesn't make you an Irishman. So he marries an Irish woman. Does that make him one? This is what was done in the so-called age of, I call it the age of exploitation and invasion and encroachment, not the age of exploration. And that hasn't stopped, that so-called age. It still continues to this day. I won't name any names, but you see what's going on. This, you want to talk about worldwide so-called human trafficking. We're experiencing, and it hasn't stopped, worldwide encroachment. It's a very parasitic act. It's exactly what it is. It's a parasitic act. It goes on internally and externally. So this is what we're seeing. Parasites taking a place over and everyone acting as if everything's okay. Well, the reason why no one will speak out is because they're probably guilty of it themselves, directly or indirectly. When you benefit from someone else who initiated the crime and you are still participating in it for whatever reason, then you're still part of the crime. You're still complicit. I use that very crude example of, and I'm not using this to be misandrous, nor sexist, nor misogynist. I'm just saying it will paint a picture. In a situation where a female is given some type of drug and made and incapacitated, and then several males take advantage of her, or let's just say 1 or 2 males take advantage of her, and then 3 or 4 come in and they claim they're only doing it because they're virgins and they have been rejected by other females and this is their only opportunity, and one does it out of curiosity. It doesn't matter the reason. They are still complicit, and they are still, this is not my channel, so I'm not going to say the word, I'm self-censoring, and I don't do that, but they're still apists, regardless. And that's a parasitic act too. And this is what occurs. So most of those who are proud of their immigrancy status, their past, my grandparents came here with a penny in their pocket, which of course is false, but many of them claim these things. You don't realize you're literally stepping on the Aboriginal people. And now you have what's going on is so-called melanated groups, and this is nothing new, but from mainland Africa, from the Caribbean, who have been hiding themselves, if you will. I used that reference before, like Achilles, hiding himself among sirens. They're being forced to expose themselves, and many of them are exposing themselves anyway, coming out with their rhetoric and things that are very disparaging. And I always found that odd that the American Aboriginal never did that to any other group. You know, whether they're on vacation somewhere. I have witnessed some of my so-called Caucasian citizenry, not all, just certain walks of life or from certain states, when they go overseas, they behave a certain way. And I've seen this in the past. I remember seeing this in the 50s in Italy. And listening to a Texan in the theater because he was talking too loud, being told by the local Italian management, "Would you please, signore, lower your voice?" And he just went off. I'm like, "How dare you talk to me?" And then started to spout ethnic, racial slurs at the man. Like, where did that come from? But he just felt he could. Not that everyone who looked like him or shared similar melanin type like him would do the same thing, but I didn't see any of them stepping up to either knock him out or, that's an extreme thing, but hey, maybe he would understand that. But I didn't see anyone other than other Italians trying to calm the situation. Everyone else just sat there and watched the people that looked like him. Whether they're friends or strangers, but they could have told him, that's wrong. The Italian guy was like 5'5", 5'6", much smaller. And here's this huge Texan, 6 foot something. For one, he should be ashamed in the sense that, self-shame. There's no bravado in showing that you can beat up a short man. So what? Now, if the Italian was 6'5" and big as him, okay, let's see what you can do. But no, he was talking a lot of yin yang. And this is what I mean by behaving in a way, in a circumstance where you should be humble. And I don't see this with a lot of people, not just so-called Caucasoids or Caucasians or whatever. I see this with many different groups, but I don't see it too much, if at all, with American Aboriginals when they go to other countries. And perhaps because of what they have experienced in the Americas is the reason why when they go, they act like they know. They know better than that. They know that maybe the law will come down harsh on them. I'm in a country now where I've seen people from various places act as if, the locals are supposed to serve them. And I thought, wow, where is that coming from? You're in someone else's land, even if they are proxy, they still were here before you. So how can you, and you're not from here technically, under empire rules, you're not from here, you're a visitor. So how can you behave in such a way? And so we're seeing this around the world and in certain hotspots, and I don't name the names, where. And that type of mentality where you behave as if you belong in a place and someone else doesn't belong in that place, that's beyond audacious. That is definitely parasitic.
Who started working with the invaders or the creative people? Like, where did they penetrate first? Like, I'd imagine it's like a grid across the Americas, kind of like how you see different trees in different places, or like, any forest. I guess you got the older trees in the middle, younger trees on the outside, and they form a network, and then it's like a I guess a symbiotic relationship. Like when did or which people, I guess, were starting to work with, like, on the grid of America, I guess, they're Aboriginal people. Which one of them was the first ones to start working with the AI, basically, with the invader, the artificial invader, the AI? Like,
Yes.
when did that, like, who was, it's almost kind of like who bought the first Tesla type thing? Who started using AI first in that sense and started allowing that to penetrate, and permeate in the system here?
Well, before going into that, one thing to keep in mind, and this you can just see from your own personal experience, and this is for everyone. you can go to a place, it could be a friend's house for the first time, and notice certain things about, hygiene, and then contrast it or compare it to the hygiene in your own personal world and recognize, well, that's unclean and I would not indulge in that. So you politely decline doing something, eating something, or sitting on something. Well, they're in their house and you are in yours, and so you don't have to concern yourself about that. But just imagine if all of a sudden you get a knock on your door one night and they're all there with their bags ready to come into your house. That includes their ways, their culture, their hygiene, everything. You're either there's going to be a pushback, there's definitely going to be clash, or you're going to adopt those ways. And so you see that with various groups, especially so-called oppressed groups. They adopt the ways of those that they're either attempting to not necessarily assimilate with, but get along with, or get something that they should be entitled to before the others. But in the sense of when you're referring to the American Aboriginal, there was a lot of hoodwinking going on, and that hoodwinking is nothing new. That bamboozling had to come from someone that had close connections or ties in the sense of either through marriage or just by looks alone. This will be coming out in part slowly, maybe first in published books, and then in the textbook industry that's controlled. So that'll be the last venue when this starts to come out. But your first so-called explorers, invaders, were melanated, and they were coming into the Americas. The Americas was not some strange place that was empty and desolate. No, there was world trade going on. That's the first thing as I mentioned before, you want to get that out of your nomenclature, out of your brain database. You want to get that out, because that is worse than indoctrination. It's like a movie rerunning in your head, and that's the whole purpose of propaganda and lies. But get that out of your brain.
No, I get that. I mean, that's why I figured that there was an amazing structure here as far as civilization, and I just want to know who or which front got penetrated first, and which. It's I guess the closest thing I can relate it to is just people using AI today. It's you got the AI that could basically kind of think for you, calculate for you.
Well,
why would you integrate or work with people or utilize, I guess, a workforce of creative people or whatever, or whatever means of connection or usage with those people? Who was the one that was all right, I'm gonna buy the Tesla first, or I'm gonna buy this artificial person and they're gonna be my robot first?
Well, so are you referring to forced labor? Or are you referring to so-called slavery?
Well, yeah, I guess ultimately because the original Slav, like we said, is the recessive or the pale created person, and I was just who was the person that was you know what, I don't feel like doing this stuff. I'm gonna invite this robot, basically this organic robot, into my situation so that they can do something for me. How does which front got penetrated first? Who was the Aboriginal to let the vampire in the door?
Well, I wouldn't call them Aboriginals, because you had groups that came into Africa that weren't originally from Africa. And I'm not referring to pale people or recessives. I'm referring to melanated people. They came into the lands of Africa. You could say they civilized it, but in the meantime, Tarzan was probably already there. So they used Tarzan to mine, because why not? He's pale, no light, perfect. Do great underground. And you mentioned a particular group, which is no conjecture, no speculation, it's actual fact, according to so-called history and archaeology of that particular nation that was very opulent. They had lots of silver, lots of ore, and pretty much everyone in their society was wealthy. Well, that wealth had to come from somewhere, and usually, just like today, there's no difference. Wealthy people aren't going into a mine and digging out their own, gems. They're not, anything they do mine would be, cryptocurrency, and more than likely they don't even do that. They have someone who's an expert. Wealthy people are not experts in everything. You hire someone who's an expert, and you hire their loyalty, and then you hire their expertise. So the same thing applied then. They would get these troglodytes to do whatever. First work, and then from there, fighting. So when you hear these stories of so-called Anunnaki, they're not talking about these strangers from space. That's the transatlantic slave tales, UFOs, all from the same group, the same people who started the whole thing about utopia, the same thing to lead you off on a tangent. So-called Anunnaki were nothing more than so-called Africoidal people, Hamites, if you will. And they were the first to invade and encroach where they shouldn't have been. So they civilized something, but might does not make right. However, that hasn't changed since then. So they went in, took a group of those people. It's lampooned, and in a sense, it's an insulting way, but it's done in the series, the first series, not the remake, but the first series from 1968 to 1974, Planet of the Apes series, going all the way into the Battle of the Planet of the Apes. The apes was euphemism for these groups, for the Anunnaki. And if you notice, the first encounter was after, some kind of time tweak where the main characters somehow didn't go anywhere, but just stayed in space for a long time. But when they re-landed on a place that was actually the so-called Earth, it was Earth in the future, but not their future. And in that future, they were somehow, they reverted to their original non-speaking, basic tool-using troglodyte ways. So when they first heard that one character, what is his name, Charlton Heston, and if you notice, those who can read film language and know the time frame of the movie, you can preface it with certain things. So when he is grabbed by the ape and he says the following, "Take your blank hands off me, you damn dirty ape," that was the equivalent of what a southerner or a northerner or a westerner would have said in that time period to a so-called black person. "Take your hands off me, you no good N." Well, that's what was being said in that scene. The only thing was, when they did it, it had nothing to do with the American Aboriginal and everything to do with the Aboriginal or indigenous of Europe. And then, proxy indigenous of Africa, various African groups. Those are the groups that started your religions. Those are the groups that came over and encroached in the Americas first, taking advantage of many of the so-called nations that were already here and their matrilineal mistake. Yes, I said matrilineal mistake. That's the dumbest thing you can do strategically in an empire.
So
it was done.
That's what opened the door for the vampires.
Exactly. To have your land rights go to the female in your and it was also copied by groups out of Northern Europe, and many of the Nordics were doing it. They stopped that. They cut that in the bud. I don't know if it was as a result of various barbarians or Mongols collusion with them, but they nipped that matrilineal madness. But they didn't over here. And they also adopted it in Africa. Why? Because many of the civilized groups in the Americas helped the Hamites civilize Africa, Egypt version 2.0, showing them the pyramid building, et cetera, et cetera. So it didn't start over there, it started over here. The mounds are older than the pyramids. In any case,
yeah, I mean, like, anytime anything's been stolen, anytime anything's been stolen from me, I mean, not to say that the person shouldn't have been opportunistic, and I mean, they should have definitely had restraint or better judgment, I guess. But I at the same time, I met them halfway by putting myself in position to be stolen from. So that's kind of where I'm like, asking, I guess, like,
It takes two. It's not that you can call it a mistake, and mistakes are made in chess by geniuses. So it takes two. Like, not all of the so-called groups or tribes, if you will, and I call them nations, were tribes is fine. Family lines is fine too. Not all of them were matrilineal. And those are the groups that usually fought back and were classified as hostile and were, put on the record. So any other European making a visit, planning or paying for a mission to come over, get some land, get some ore, whatever, get wealthy quick, they knew, okay, if you go to this part of the map, because they had cartographers helping them out. So if you go to and they would mark it in code. If you go here, see these people first. But if you go here, you do so at your own risk because these people are inhospitable. They do that to this day. They tell you don't go to the Andaman Islands because they'll kill you. And it's just because they know what to expect from the visitor that comes to their plane. They know that they do not come in truth. You can bear all the gifts you want, and there's never been in this realm, you can say since the deluge, where someone has visited a land in truth and kindness and reciprocity. You always come with an ulterior motive, a smile and something, a smile and a sword, a smile and a Bible, a smile. Never, ever have come to, especially when we look at the Americas or any other place, the places we see to this day with proxy people. So there's no respect. And they say there's no honor among thieves. Well, what better thief than a parasite? Parasites do not respect one another. They'll work with one another in order to get some opportunistic gain, but then it's all bets are off when they get their, they get their teeth into the places and the positions that they want. They want that top position over all the other parasites. But they will work together.
Vampire pyramid.
Yeah, exactly. Vampire.
The vamp ramp.
Correct. Exactly. The vamp ramp. So at the very top, and I mentioned that in the latest podisode, it shows you the actual breakdown, the true breakdown of the so-called hierarchy, not what you've been shown. They painted that false setup just to lead you astray. It has a smattering of truth within, and that's how you always do it. You have to put in a little bit of trash with a little bit of truth in order to mislead. But once you put that trash in, it purposely taints everything. That's the whole purpose. So that stairwell, that triangle that shows, this order and this group and that order, and then at the top, that's not how it goes. At the very top, not the capstone top, the top, there's another pyramid on top of the pyramid, or the triangle there, not that part. That part is reserved. But right beneath it are 4 witches. But you have to listen to the podisode to hear that breakdown and what they all play, not just who they are, but their roles as well. And then it will take away the mystery. There should be no mystery in all this.
I guess you got your Wicked Witch to the west, Wicked Witch to the east. But now I was gonna say, man, so what did they come? What area was penetrated first? Was it the West Coast? Did they
the West Coast,
the strongest spot first?
Exactly. Just the opposite of what you're taught. You're taught, oh, they came to the east. They came to St. Augustine in 1592, or they came to Jamestown, or they came to Massachusetts. So you got these 3 spots. Like, wait a minute, that's a big coastline there. Well, they say, well, there were all different factions. The Spanish came, and they were the first to come in 1592. But then they not only stopped there, but they went across Florida, which was not just that little strip, that peninsula, but they went across there and then into the other lands, the Midlands. But they also went around, because there was no Panama Canal, by the way, and crossing much of Central America, you had to go through a lot of civilizations. And before it became a hodgepodge, it was Mayan territory. But then after they were defeated and pushed out and pushed north and some south, then you had this hodgepodge of groups that came in. That's your Mongol types. Those are the ones you see today in the mestizo groups. And isn't it fitting that, and when I say fitting, I mean ironic in the sense that the mestizo is subservient to the Turkic and the Sephardic. When you look at who runs the show, who is the media mouthpiece, The mestizo might have the lower rungs, which has wealth in it, keeps them silent, keeps them paid. But the ones who are at the top, the face of everything, they don't look mestizo. They might have a little tinge in it, and if they do, they work it out in the next generation. So that's how it works in Latinized Americas. So they came in from that end, and the Philippines, bringing in the you can say catalog wives. And the catalog wives were not so-called Negro or Negrito. Those groups had been wiped out for the most part. And when I say wiped out, I don't mean murdered. I mean pushed out. You wipe something away, you don't necessarily kill it. You just wipe it off the place and push it into another place. You can push it into the nether regions where people have to fend for themselves. That's pushing someone to the Stone Age. Or they push them to other islands, which is what they did. Others who didn't escape, they got forced into servitude. That's a prisoner of war. That's not a slave. Then mestizo groups.
It's like forced time travel.
Exactly. So you had a lot of mestizo groups, and they would keep the males for work. The females, once they reached 12, between 12 and 25, after 25, especially that age was considered a little too old, they would bring them over to the Americas, and they would make them, you can call them wives, I call them concubines or ape victims. I'm leaving off the R, because they were forced into intermarrying with these subservient Spaniards. Why do I say subservient? Because they are renegades from the people who taught them everything they know and who were their masters. So these were subservient who got uplifted by Catholicism. They were basically borderline gimps. Many of them, I don't want to offend anyone, but many of them homosexual. But they did manage to take on wives so they could take part in the booty, the land grabs. So they took on a lot of the Filipino wives. They took on a lot of the other females that were left in the vicinity. But if you were a male, you got shipped out or murdered, and especially if you were Aboriginal. So that's why you see this particular look or series of looks within this area. You can study it and see. The people of the so-called Garifuna group, many of them are just basically brainwashed. They think they're from West Africa. There was a small grouping of West Africans that had nothing to do with any slave trade, but who had been coming into the area, no different than, because many of them they had connections to Europe, back and forth to Europe. Dahomey, for example, basically Europeans, so-called, pardon the term, Black Europeans. They were going back and forth to Britannia for millennia, no pun intended. And they would come into that region, the Gulf region, and they would take on wives. They didn't kill the men. They would just take on single women and take them back to either their coastal country places or into Europe and make them their wives. But they were from here. So there are a lot of so-called Black Europeans. I'll just say indigenous Europeans. I don't like that term. Indigenous Europeans if they trace their female genetics, they'll find out that their mothers are actually Amerindian or Aboriginal American, so-called Black American. I have to use that from time to time to keep people to refresh their memories. And so you have this mix there of, especially in Europe and the UK, many of the women, they were not from the Carib. They were from Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula.
So like each spot, like I was saying, you got sequoia trees they grow at, they have to be at a certain elevation. They got to be like at least, I think, 4,000, 5,000 feet. They don't grow well. They can grow, but below that elevation, they don't grow as well, and they don't reach their full potential. So but you don't see sequoia trees growing.
You see them in Lebanon. And when I say Lebanon, be careful. I'm not referring to Lebanon version 2.0. I'm referring to San Francisco Bay Area and north. That's where and then going into the redwood forest. That's the true sequoia nation, the true sequoia trees. Nowhere else will they grow like that, anywhere in this realm, other than there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean though. Like the people, like there had to. So there's a grid for, I guess, for plants and animals, but then also it had to be a grid for people. Like certain people were like sentinels, basically, to control an area, right? They had a certain facial structure that matched that area, just like a tree matches an area.
Well, the trees provide us with a unique set of circumstances when it comes to our niche. That's why I tell everyone an environment is a false grid overlaid on top of a niche. A niche is what the creator originator made for all life forms to exist in, because it provides everything you need: your fresh water, your fresh air, and anything that, based on where you are designated to be, your fresh solids, fruit, vegetation, etc. Outside of that, you're going to have to acclimatize the place and turn it into an environment, which is what invaders do when they encroach. They have to make it somewhat like where they came from. And then, what happened in the Americas, the same groups that claim to be coming to the Americas for a better life. I'm from Ireland and I come to America for a better life. Or I'm from Germany and or I'm a pilgrim, or I'm a Puritan. That's all for your history books. These people did not call themselves that. That's just all put there. I'm a settler. Those are all euphemistic words for invader, for parasite, for opportunist, for forced labor. So they came into this land with ulterior motives. Mind you, if they're poor, was everything free then and not now? No, it was not free then and it's not free now. They were charged, and if you couldn't pay, you had to pay that off with your, I'll just say, your elbow grease. You had to pay that off through work. A lot of work. And that lasted years, sometimes to that person's grave, and then their children had to take over their debt. So you didn't come here like they painted in those books. Don't believe any history book. They are 100% lies. And that, freedom of religion garbage or better life, if they could say it, let's just say the history books are true. If they can say it, why can't someone from Venezuela say it? They come to America for a better life. Why is it okay for someone who's a so-called Puritan, pilgrim, to say they came here for a better life, to escape tyranny? Why can they say it? That's what the history books claim. Actually, there's no quote of anyone ever saying it, no name to that alleged line. But it doesn't fit for anyone else, because that's how parasites are. There's no honor among thieves. There's no honor among parasites. It's this first come, first serve, because they want to have a pecking order. That's how you can spot when you go to a country within this realm and you spot a pecking order. I can go to Asia, I can go to Malaysia, I can go to Singapore, I can go to any of these places and I can go to Bangladesh. I can spot pecking order, and I can spot the Aboriginal. They're always the lowest one on the totem pole. Their males are lower than low in the sense of economics. They could be homeless. They're doing the worst types of jobs. If any job, you can spot who they are, and they're always darker in complexion. At least in this version of the empire. So when you look at the breakdown, you know that the other groups are parasites. They just came in, they're encroaching, and they're benefiting. A parasite lives off of a host, and they're taking on the semblances of a parasite. In science, in so-called nature, all parasites are white or translucent. So in order to be in this pecking order as a sentient, you got to give up your melanin, your connection to creator, originator, a gift to be in this realm, to exist in the so-called natural dimensions of this place, including the layers of the heavens, so-called, well, I'll just say the layers of the luminaries, because if you cannot exist within those, you cannot exist on the land. You have to change the soil, you have to change the growth, you have to make it hybrid, you have to take away the topsoil, you have to kill off certain types of flora and fauna so that you can exist. Your gut enzymes are different from everyone else's. This is what you turn yourself into. Now, do you think, faced with the truth, that all of those who claim that they are not participant in this and those who are participant in it, do you think that would change them? No, because one of the things that comes with the lack of true melanin is deliberate madness. You're taught that insanity is involuntary. No, it's not. It's deliberate, willful for the most part. Well, you can say there's two types. There's one where the person cannot help themselves, and there's another where the person can help themselves. They're just getting off on the insanity and the power that they think it gives them.
Is it really willful if they're not in accord with like true will? Like if they're just off impulse? Like what is the best? Oh, I often try to find a word that explains that better. I guess because they're driven. I don't know. Like, would you say it's willful, or I guess it's just neglect? I don't really know what to call that.
Remember, I don't know if you listened to one of the Potisode Now lectures. Being driven is one status you should not want to be in. You should not want to be driven. We drive cattle. We drive conveyances. Most people drive automobiles, but you operate and drive something that is not autonomous. So you shouldn't want to be driven. If you are driven and you know it and you allow it, that's willful. So most are living this willful existence and blaming it on something or someone else. That's where religion comes to play for those who are religious. The devil made them do it.
Yeah, I guess, like, because saying in 2026 or 7 that everybody would be trying to colored card and like try to cash in on their connection to some sort of color. And but I guess it's always been that though. I guess if you have a usurpation of the same thing, I guess it hasn't really changed.
No, not at all. And that's something to always keep in mind. There's no newness in most things. So even in subjugation and encroachment and in parasitism, there's nothing new. It's only new when one is naive or one does not study or take note of things that have occurred in their past, which is why taking control of and endorsing and enforcing a so-called education system is one way to confound and maintain that stupor. So you force people into a history that is not theirs. You force them into a lie and make them live it and believe it.
So is it?
You've heard of truancy laws. I'm sure your mother has. When you were a child, they forced her to make sure you were in school. How dare they?
Yeah.
You're not theirs, but how dare someone come to your house and tell your mother and your father, your son's got to be in school, and if he's not, we're going to come back and arrest you. Not you as a child. Now, yeah. Think about the lack of logic in that. We're going to come back and arrest you two. And you're a minor, a child. So who's going to take care of the child? We're going to come get him and put him in the system where he can be molested and tested and then thrown around the foster system for a few days, few weeks, or depending on how long you're not going to get along. And then when you change your mind, we'll give him back, but he won't be the same.
Yeah. Yeah, and then those are the people that look for those jobs. Weirdos.
Of course, and of course you can look for something, but there has to be someone on the waiting end. So a lot of these supervisors and recruiters, they know what to look for.
Yeah. So is it the 12 tribes thing as far as like the Aboriginal American? Is it the 12 tribes and like is it like 12 different facial features like are typical ones, and then I guess you have different mixes of that, but like. Who's supposed to be where? I guess ultimately, like, because like everybody's all over the place, and you have so many people that got pushed out of the West Coast and out of Mesoamerica into Southeast, so-called United States. where are all the different, like, who's supposed to be in the Southwest? Who, like, which facial features are supposed to be in which places? I guess, like, so
It
people
sounds
could.
like it sounds like you did listen to the most recent podisode.
No, I really, I haven't got to listen to it, but maybe I
No,
just got in
I,
sync a little bit with you.
no, I know you didn't. I was just saying that, but the the designations are not made by us, and but at the same time, you can see how they're easily violated because we're in that place where you can violate or you can be lawful. So you have lawless and you have those who respect the law. They don't have to have it on paper. It's within them. And the designations are based on the intellect and the purpose of that which is beyond us. You can question it if you want to, take it up with that, as they say, the Most High.
Because,
Don't take.
like, when I was looking, I'm looking at the haplogroups, and obviously, it's a lot of lies and stuff involved with that. But I mean, I think they said like the majority of because I was trying to see like what percentage of so-called Black America is A00A. And they were
Mhm.
like, "Oh, we can't. There's no way to really tell 100%. How what the real percentage is, but most of Black America is. I think they said like E134 or something like that. And they were saying, I
Mhm.
forgot exactly the number, but like, like is what is that like as far as like what are they saying that is when they use that as like you come, the majority of Black so-called Black America comes from this haplogroup.
Mhm.
Who is that group that they're talking about?
They're talking about the oldest group on the realm or in the realm. No, it's older than any group in Africa, older than any group in Asia, older than any group in Europe. But they're not going
Yeah,
to come
no,
out
for
and tell
sure.
you that.
I get that, but like when they say that most aren't A00A, what are
Mhm.
they? Who are they trying to say that group is, and where are they supposed to be, or is it just a mix? Is that a mixed group?
It's more than likely a mixed group because many of the Aboriginal Americans, probably like most people, they don't think, and when it comes to mating, and as a result of so-called, when you integrate, you don't integrate to that scale. If you notice, just do, you don't have to read a history book. You can look at some films, you can listen to interviews. That type of integration is self-genocide. You see it going on now. You see, people from Africa, people from the Caribbean coming over and not only blending in, but forcing rhetoric to change the brain of the Aboriginal American and let them tell them, okay, you don't need to exist because you're African. So you don't have to use weapons and chemicals to annihilate a group. You can use paperwork, and you can use, of course, rhetoric and propaganda to do so. And this is what's happening. And so, of course, they have assistants. You obviously use media. That's one of the things. And so, when you put out there to the realm or to the world that the person, the player you see on screen, oh, that's an American, and then you find out, wait a minute, this person's from the UK. They just hid their accent to play the part. Well, why couldn't you get someone from, like that movie Black Panther? Most of the people playing in it were not even from America. And those playing the enemy, like, what was this, Killmonger? He's from America. Yeah. So we got black hat, white hat going on under subterfuge. But if you don't know that in film language, and all film is propaganda, if you don't know that, the programming will sink in, but you won't even recognize it. And so this is what's going on. You have reclassification. This is nothing new. They did it under Walter Plecker. And they're doing it now, but now it's got a melanated face. But it's nothing new. They tried it with Marcus Garvey, trying to get American Aboriginals off the land and telling them, hey, come back to Africa. Meanwhile, he never even went there. Second, he's from Jamaica. And why did he start his little routine in Jamaica to get Jamaicans to come to Africa? Because that was not the game plan. He was funded by the UK, by the so-called Crown, and there was no Tavistock at that time, but he was funded partially also by the Ku Klux Klan. But no one's going to come out and say
So
that.
it's never. I mean,
Was that what?
so it's. No, I was gonna say so. It was never really an effort because I guess ultimately they knew like
Oh no,
just
it was an
magnetically
effort.
and parasitically. Like you can't get the host to leave where they're from. You just want them their mind to shift from where their
Well,
body is, or however you want to
as
look
the
at that.
so-called Moors would say, to get them to abandon their estate. And all you have to do to get someone to abandon their estate is a certain portion off the land and a certain portion off the land experimentally, or as you might call it, mentally. That's all it takes. And it's like a 1/5, I think is the number, something to that effect. And that's all it requires. So if he had gotten a certain amount of population to go to wherever, Sierra Leone, Liberia, wherever, they never noticed there was no designated spot. But probably that's where because they attempted to do that beforehand. Sierra Leone was set up, or Liberia, Sierra Leone, all set up. And you had different groups, the same group that were behind eugenics and so-called evolution theories, all connected, and certain abolitionists, all these groups connected to get the Aboriginal off the land. You know, you could do it the way of war, or you can do it that way. And then, of course, the reclassification on paper.
So when they created the infiltrator, what was the first versions looking like?
The first version of the infiltrator?
Yeah, like the first manufactured person.
The first, well, when you say manufactured, are you referring to those who were used as subservient beings to carry out whatever of their masters and mistresses?
Yeah, yeah. Like what was the first generation like?
The first generation of that would look like Monokuli.
I'm not familiar.
If anyone is on their computer and have an extra tab, type in Monokuli.
Oh, I'm gonna look on my computer real quick. How you spell it?
Mono, mono, like Latin word for monkey, and Culi, Cooley.
Oh, like homunculus.
Exactly, homunculus.
Okay.
And not all were one eye. Some were slack jawed. Some had clubbed feet. Some had, these were basically deformed mutants. And one thing they all had in common: pale skin, no melanin, albinoid types, straight hair, flax hair, and they did not live very long. But they were in Africa, and they did not come from Africans, so-called Africans, modern Africans, if you will. They were already there, but they were there for a reason. Now, you want to go deep into something. You want to go into you want to go into the dredges of the plagiarized Thule Society, because they did plagiarize that. They got that from, what was the gentleman's name? I should know his name. I'll mention it later. I have some of his books. Randolph. I know Randolph is in his name. He was plagiarized by Blavatsky and her cohort. And so they came up with this Thule Society and the Great White Brotherhood, et cetera, et cetera. But where there is smoke, there's also fire. She took from certain facts and mixed it, again, trash with truth. There are groups that are ancient, and there are groups that are manufactured. But in order to make a manufactured group, you have to make it from something. So the manufactured miscreants / mutants were ancient peoples. Whatever they did, whatever they went through, could have been a war, plasma war, who knows what, it created mutants. We know that radiation creates mutants, but this would have to be some high degree of radiation, and who knows what else. And as I said, you can send someone to the so-called Stone Age by pushing them out of everything, taking away their so-called modern conveniences, and it doesn't take long, a year, 2 years, and they're going to be looking like someone you just saw in National Geographic.
So the first generation looks like homunculus or monoculate,
Correct.
monoculate. And then so then somebody, I guess, like you said, they made a harem. They made like a laboratory harem where they took that creature and crossed it with all different types of people, or with animals, or was this already an animal cross?
It's a hybrid animal. That's where they get the term beast man from. And that term beast man is used, if you notice, in the movie Planet of the Apes, where the orangutan is presented as the smartest among the apes. If you notice, the chimp is the next in line with intelligence. That's what Caesar is. But then the gorilla, which has a darker tone, is just a warlike creature, not as brilliant as the pale orangutan. You just have to see what they did in this movie. But in any case, he finds a Caucasian doll baby, tattered doll baby, and it's been hidden. It's like a museum artifact, but it's like the Smithsonian has it, and they keep it hidden because it obviously is proof that the so-called white came before and is older than what they're told, and they kept it hidden. And the fact that this thing, when you squeeze it, went mama, that shows that it could speak. So they knew that because all the so-called beast people or beast men in their time could not speak, did not speak. They could speak, but after one generation of being whipped into muteness, they did not speak because of fear of you literally would be killed if you spoke. So that's why you saw in that film the woman, she could speak. She only spoke when she screamed. That was near the fight, one of the fight scenes. But she had it within her to speak. She just never used those vocal cords. And when she heard whatever his name is, the so-called modern man, Charlton Heston, when she heard him speak, everyone was borderline worshiping him because they'd never heard one of them actually speaking like an ape.
Yeah.
So all of these books, because it was a book actually before it was a movie, these were adaptations. The movies are adaptation from the book. Tarzan was a book before it was a movie or any kind of series. And if you notice, they're kind of in reverse. Like the I Am Legend, it's in reverse. And when you look at Tarzan, you thought, oh, it was the son of a British so-called noble class or aristocrat on a safari, and somehow he got lost, or his family was attacked by the natives, and they were killed, and he was spared because the gorillas came in and killed the natives and took the baby away and raised it. That has some tint to other stories and tales that go way beyond Edgar Rice Burroughs. That go way before, Romulus and Remus, raised by wolves.
So they took people's babies, basically, right? I mean, that's what I'm assuming. That they took people's children and then they force crossed them. I'm assuming.
You would cross it with the smartest beast if you wanted to cross it with anything in order to bring it up to par so that it could perform labor.
And this would have to be a woman, right? You have to take the woman and implant some type of beast embryo in her, which is right. That's what I'm assuming.
Using the Garden of Eden tintype, like it's a routine that if you use it over and over again, it works. So you would approach the female will approach the male.
Well, because it doesn't really make sense that you could plant that seed in that soil. Like, it doesn't make sense that you could kidnap a male and then make him inseminate a beast. It makes more sense because you got surrogate women that can just in general, having O negatives and O positives, having that, forcing that cross to happen, kind of brings light to the fact that you can kind of more so force the woman instead of the man. Like, because it seems like the seed is more contained than the
female energy is designed to receive. That's just the way it goes. If any female wants to fight against that, take it up with the originator creator. The female is designed to receive. The male is designed to give. So if anyone doesn't approve of that, well, you can call and set a meeting and see if that can be changed. But right now, that's the way it goes. So it's the way it went then, and there's a reason for it. You didn't make this place. I didn't make this place. We are here to learn, and some say be stewards, but not to do all of these things that are going on now. We were not designed to be parasites. Even a monocoolie was not a parasite, but you become a parasite when you defy and defile the designated places on this place. That even the monocoolie had a designated space so that they can come from out of their mire over time. They weren't to be messed with.
What would like has any of them ever fully integrated and became like, I guess, their truest
Yeah,
self?
you're seeing today in many of the so-called Caucasian races, you are seeing them today, and sometimes a lot of that vestige so-called DNA comes out in many forms. Especially I worked in certain fields. I call it industries because that's what it was. And I would see tales on Caucasian children or those who had Caucasian, so-called Caucasian. Let's just call it what it is. It's not Caucasian, but in those who had monocoolie lineage. So it could be someone Portuguese. It could be someone from Eastern or Western Europe. You would see that, and so you could tell that these hybrid mixings were taking and some were not taking. You saw it in so-called, then they call it retardation. You saw it in Down syndrome. These are not the way that man was designed, obviously. So no one would put on any group an affliction unless, of course, there was some type of defiance that made that occur. Inbreeding is an example of a defiance, and we see what happens with inbreeding.
So there's different levels of negative blood. What is it called, like Rh double negative or something, or RHHH or something?
Correct.
Is that what the monoculi would be?
Not having access to any type of so-called blood tests from those groups, we can only look at what we see today. We see different types of, so they're not anomalies, they're just resurgences of what once was. It's coming forth again and again. You can't not get rid of it. It has to be, things are bred out over time, but things will pop up over time as well.
Yeah, mathematically, you're just going to get people with 6 fingers. Somebody's going to get the extra pinky.
Exactly. And here's the thing, they don't always have to be pale in pallor or complexion. Oprah Winfrey has 6 toes.
Yeah, I had a friend that was dark skinned that he had the pinky removed when he was a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, obviously it's different. All skin folk and kinfolk for sure, but then there's just so many crossings in the background that people don't know about, I guess, throughout the prisoner of war status.
Well, it goes on beyond that. That's something that you can make a people feel less about themselves or feel like they're not worth being in a society by telling them they're the victims of sexual assault or that their ancestors were, when in fact, more than likely they weren't, and their so-called light complexion doesn't necessarily have to come from that. In many instances, this is what is not brought out. In many instances, many women chose their mates. They did not get sexually assaulted.
How did it get to that level of mental degradation to where they would choose something like that?
Well, I mean, you have to take yourself back into that period of time. One, not all of your so-called servant holders or slave holders were what you see in, remember, all movies are propaganda. You have been propagandized. And what you're shown in the movies is some recessive or pale person as the slave owner, and not only in the antebellum South, but in so-called ancient Rome, and so-called ancient Greece, and so-called ancient Egypt, they always show you a so-called black person as the slave, standing in the background, guarding the door, whatever, lifting the litter to carry the so-called royal. always the same thing. You are being programmed to see and think and apparently believe, not necessarily know, that this particular group is slave and nothing more. That's a lie. And when you do that, you should know right automatically it's just the opposite. If they're not slave, what's the opposite of a slave? Royal, noble, next to God. And they don't want that to be put out, because that will uplift, literally uplift a lot of people. You can put it out there and it'll come from the mouths of those who are usually compromised, who are, either, as I mentioned before, agents or grifters or poverty pimps and pimpettes, etc. But it has no weight, because what they'll do is they always end up with a gotcha. It always ends in that. And so it brings people right back down and keeps them in the same place. It's no different than a pardon the term, so-called poverty politician, which usually is a so-called black politician in the Americas and in other places too. If you notice this and you're astute and wise, you'll see it, and it's perpetuated primarily. It's perpetuated across the board, but targeted at one group in particular. Because if that group were to literally rise out of that, things would change a lot for everyone.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no balance if the leaders are not leading. There's no way balance can really.
As I painted the picture before, if your older siblings are the ones who are to be teaching you, are in a daze and drunk and doing all the things that they shouldn't be doing, how are you going to learn anything?
Yeah,
your audience should watch, and I'm not big on this because it is propaganda, but you should watch a film, and I just recently watched it again. I was at the premiere when it came out in the 60s. It's some silly movie called Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. And in the movie, it's in black and white. One character, no one notices, is always in a light colored clothing, almost white colored clothing. That would be the Baby Jane character, I think. And the other character, her sister, is always in drab, black looking clothing. Now, mind you, she was wealthy. She was also a big star, where the other one was a child star, meaning child star is a ploy. They're showing you something there. Child star meaning early, before anything else. And then all of a sudden, when she, I guess, hit teenagehood or young womanhood, they didn't want her. And you see that in this one scene where you have these two stereotypical type men, I'm not going to say gentlemen, and they're in a screening room, and they're watching her movie, and they're watching the other one, and they decide who's going to be the starlet and who's going to fall to the wayside. One's got a cigar, he's fat, he's got a pinky ring. The other one, he's kind of husky too, but they kind of have the same kind of look. You see what they're playing at in that movie? So they decided who's who, and they pitted the two against each other. So all those years, the one in white is torturing the one in the black dress who's in a wheelchair. And it was this I saw through it. It's thinly veiled, but it was basically showing you how the so-called black and white paradigm is set up and who's controlling it. And they use Hollywood as the backdrop.
Yeah, I guess we could kind of roll that into controlled opposition. I guess you did touch on a little bit with Marcus Garvey, and we could talk about MLK, Jesse Jackson. There's a lot of controlled opposition along the way. Right now, I got a lot of people that I suspect are controlled, but how many of the people actually know they're controlled opposition, and how many people are just compartmentalized?
No, all know because they know. To some degree, they have, let's just put it simplistically, some type of clout and they want to maintain that and protect it. So all of them know. I have this, it's not a theory, but it's just basically a way of thinking and being. When I see someone famous, I always presume that they're compromised, because you don't get into the limelight unless you are compromised. Remember when we had that talk in that park when you were in LA? And fame was on your mind because you were thinking combines and you were thinking, NFL. And I said, this is going to come at a price and you won't like it.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you recall that conversation?
yeah, I remember. I remember like pretty much word for word that conversation.
And then after that, you started to hate me.
Man, I don't know. We had our
That was the catalyst because
that
I
was that.
mentioned it was the catalyst because I mentioned the fame. I said, okay, you have a choice. You can go for that, but it comes at a price. You don't get to that place, and you don't know what the price is. They're not going to tell you. It could be as dirty as, I don't want to use anyone's name because it's just wrong to do so. But you know the popular means. It could be dirty as a blank party, or it could be something else. But it comes at a price, or it could cost someone's life.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, the most famous comedian today, he was filming a special, or top 5 most famous. He was saying like he was he was sober for some years, I guess, and then they say he was supposedly inebriated tonight or whatever, and he was failing to go through. He was bombing in a special for Netflix, and they were like, "Man, what's wrong?" He was like, I'm just trying not to take my own life right now." And I was like, "Damn, dog, you got everything. You don't like you go, and now you're on the verge of murdering yourself." But it's
Mhm.
like, yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Exactly. Exactly. And depending on, comedy is is a big tool. It's a strong tool, and it's used to. It's like liquor. It's meth. It's crack. It's opiate, because it gets people laughing, and it's a great distraction. But so is sports. Especially football, because it distracts the male energy away from what it could be doing or should be doing. And so it's a strong player. It's a strong tool. And so therefore they have to control their tools. They're not going to let something go in there haphazardly. No, they have to control all of them, especially if that tool has potential to draw in souls. So they're going to control that tool.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a look. I feel like our problem did not start with you saying that to me. I mean, I already knew ultimately like that this is a conflict of interest for me. I mean, that's why I quit football in the beginning. That's why, I mean, I was on a full scholarship, and I felt like it was a conflict of interest for me. The things they were demanding of me, it was either I was going to learn about myself or I was going to have to learn this fake ID and everything that comes with this. Like, and that's kind of what sent me down the road of even meeting you. So like, it was no, it wasn't like I didn't know that it was going to come with a price. Like,
No, it
I
was a
feel,
catalyst
I just,
because it puts you at a crossroads in a sense, and you had to make that decision. It wasn't an easy decision. I'm not going to say it was easy for you. Nothing is easy for anyone when you have to make a decision. Anyone would be lying if they said, "Oh, I'm just going to give up fame and potential fortune." Everyone would be lying if they said so, because there is pull towards that. You can help yourself, you can help your family, etc.
oh yeah.
Right.
My whole
So
family, I mean, my family made me feel guilty. My mom made me feel guilty, and I was just miserable, And I was just like, man, like, what? How shouldn't you trust me? Like, that I don't want to do this no more, and that I want to do something else. And it's tough. I'd imagine, people that go even further that want to stop, but I feel like I just couldn't do it no more. Like my body was giving me signals, and I had already, I guess, known at least enough to where I could continue to investigate, and then yeah, once I met you, it made it even more difficult. I just my whole, I guess, interpretation, I guess, with our riffs would be like I just felt like you wanted a different kind of student, you know what I mean? And I'm not
no,
even
not at all. Not at all. Because when you approached me, when you came to me, you said this is what you wanted to be. This is what you wanted to do. And I said, okay. It definitely is not what you think. And that's what we were supposed to go to that one of my clients who lived in the place he just drove from, and we're going to go back there because it's they. I know I asked him on the phone if it was okay if I had an apprentice with me, and they said, yeah, definitely, but you backed out and at the last minute. So, and then you also mentioned, you said, this is not for me. And I said, no problem. Many come to that decision. It's not for them. It's not an easy road. It's not meant to be an easy road or easy life. You are encountering a lot of spiritual forces when you do, and you're encountering a lot of turmoil that goes on within the brain of an individual, whether it's the health crisis, and it's usually not just a health crisis, it's related to so many things. And a lot of it has to do with being alone in a place with people who you thought you could trust and who you care for. Because a lot of people end up being solo as a result of changing their world or changing their lives. They're not truly accepted by their friends, or they're afraid of offending those friends. And they're definitely afraid of offending family. In fact, I would change that. They would clash more with family to stand their ground about their health than they would with their friends, because you choose, I guess, your friends, and that's a great loss to many if their friends are not truly supporting them or with them. They don't have to be like you. You don't want anyone to just be like you. If they choose to do that, that's great. But at the same time, there's a lot of turmoil going on in many of the people that I've met over the century. And so taking that on, it's
I've
not
never,
easy.
yeah, I mean, I've never felt like, I don't know if it's because you get exposed to certain things, but I've never felt like I was controlled opposition at any point. I felt like I never even got a chance to even make a decision to be controlled opposition. I don't know if it's because I made connections with you or made connections in general in my life, because, I guess I connected certain dots, Like before I'd ever even met you, I got debanked,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, I can't even have a bank account with anybody. Citi, Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, they all had debanked me in 2011. So like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like certain connections. I guess if you make it, they're like, all right, well, he's obviously going down this road. Like, I don't know if it's like a looking glass thing. They already know. Like, you made these connections. There's no point that for us to even invest in this because you're gonna maybe have a different. You might have to, you might have a drop in you that makes you reroute at some point, and we can't even risk that.
There's a parasitic connection. And once you say no to one on one end, it spreads like wildfire. It goes throughout, and it's like everyone knows that you made that decision.
So like everywhere you go, everybody it's almost like the Agent Smith thing, like where everybody's kind of a camera. They all look at you. They kind of know that something's wrong. The parasite's looking at you,
That's
and it
exactly what it is.
and it knows. Because I mean, I just never thought I even had. I never felt like I had. Maybe I was useful, like a useful idiot at different times. Maybe because I think like I feel like one for sure was getting high. I shouldn't have got high, and not consistently anyway. And then like when I had lost touch with you, I kind of feel it's just like with anything. I think like when, for instance, like when the government doesn't release some information, people are going to create conspiracy theories. Some of them might be accurate, some of them might not be. It's like wherever there's a void in information, people are going to, jump to conclusions or fill it in. And I feel like certain things were happening like 2019, 2020, and I couldn't get in touch with you. And I filled in the gaps with things like that I didn't really, I didn't really know about, and I was being high. And I feel like if I had still had a connection with you, maybe I would have played my chips differently, and I don't know, maybe I wouldn't have lost my Instagram, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's for the best everything happened the way it was supposed to, but I think that like maybe I was kind of used as a useful idiot to maybe discredit certain things, because I do feel like on a basic level my principles and the things like I feel like I'm seeing things pretty clearly based on the information I've been given or the experiences I've been exposed to. I think I have pretty good judgment and clarity on like who's who and what's going on with people. And so like, you know, um, I just feel like certain outcomes, certain things are just not going to get by me but and I just, you know, I feel like if I at different times, if I would have just stuck true to my guns and stuck true to the things that I knew like that, instead of being like kind of fantastical and like in my mind, like I think I got really conceptual instead of actual when I was getting high, and so like I was just feel my imagination was just running rampant and filling things, trying to fill the gaps, because I didn't have concrete actual knowledge filling the gaps, and like I just think that I kind of maybe discredited or was used maybe to discredit some of the things that I actually know. Because like if I talk about, in one sense, if I talk about, have a conversation with about you about who the real Aboriginals of America are, and that's solid knowledge right there. If I talk about that in one breath, and then like in another podcast or something, I'm talking about some other conspiracy that is not concrete or something, it can discredit what all the truth that I was saying. And
Or
I was way too loose, I feel like, around that time,
right.
2019, 2020.
Going into all of these different topics, I always say bring it back to self, because there's always going to be, if you haven't noticed already, there's always going to be some type of controversy, some type of atrocity. And this is done not by accident. This is done deliberately. So those looking for this panacea, whether it's a form of a president or the form of a potential so-called apocalypse, these things never come. That president that you put in office always ends up in controversy. Always does. Starts out like a nice little, like the virgin female who gets a record deal. When she first starts out, she makes this lovely record that your 5-year-old could listen to. And then by year one, she's dressed like a stripper. And you wouldn't want your 80-year-old listen to her music, let alone your 5-year-old.
Yeah, they call it the Hollywood divorce.
And this is what occurs with everyone. They get divorced from truth, which is actual reality, and don't see that this is a pattern. It's a repeat pattern. You can't be blind like some television wrestling show referee. That makes you complicit. You can't be blind to all these things. All of these things are going to happen because they're part of a script. Read some Shakespeare. He says it in his play, one of the plays. Is it Much Ado About Nothing? No, it's As You Like It, I believe. And it's all the world's a stage. And I mentioned this in one of the lectures. And it holds true. These are players, whether it's a crisis, whether it's a so-called fanatic, whether it's a so-called activist on one side or the other side. That's a telltale sign that this is also a script. The duality, the use of the perversion of duality. There's something wrong with duality, but the perversion of duality. A right, a left, a conservative, a liberal, etc., etc. These are all, a black, a white. All of these are part of a script. You get caught up in it, you'll be falling for the same thing again and again. Not just you, but the people who came before you, the same exact thing again and again, which makes you complicit because you should know by now.
You went away from, I couldn't, your website wasn't even down. It just said something is happening, 2019, 2020. And I'm high, my paranoia and my imagination just went with that. I'm like, what is he talking about?
There was a lot of offing of people at that time.
It was like hundreds of naturopaths got iced.
Mm-hmm. Correct. So this is what was going on.
I think, is that like a sign of being controlled opposition? It's just like constantly giving you material? Because I feel like people, like, I remember at times, you would be unreachable, or you would just go on your season as just for you. And like, I feel like the fact that people want to be entertained so much, and you got people that just constantly cranking out content, instead of, really being mindful about it and like doing it when it's actually of substance instead of out of routine. I feel like that's kind of like where you're starting to become compromised, even if you don't know it, because I just feel like now you're forcing it, and now, I feel like you're going to overextend yourself, and
And
You,
that's why
you
I
might you
stopped
might
at that time. I didn't stop because of the mass murderers. I didn't stop because of that. I would have stopped before then because there's always going to be someone upset and offended by someone's words and truth. So I'm not going to let that stop. But why I stopped was not any of those reasons. I stopped for the benefit of those who would listen so that they didn't become entertainment fodder. And the reason, because this is not entertainment. And I said it a few times, and those who know, they know that this is not entertainment. You can tell it's not entertainment. It's not there to make you feel good many times, but the main purpose is not to traumatize you, but to shake you up. And so that you can then on your own recognize what's happening within you and perhaps even those around you. Then from there, once you know, actually do what you're supposed to do in a truly constructive, holistic way, not in a destructive manner, no self-sabotaging, not harming anyone else, nothing of that nature, nothing of that bent. So you know from that point on, I stopped because of that. Many people were, as you said, creating content and doing so that's what entertainment is. It's a parasitic activity. It's no different than a junk food. It feeds you biochemically. It helps you to feel that escapism, even for a moment, or to feel like you're part of something greater, even for the moment, because you go, what happens? It shows you it's entertainment. You go right back to whatever you're doing. You go right back to your daily encumbrances. And then you rationalize you have to, because if you don't, who's going to pay your bills? If you don't, then how are you going to get this gratification? That shows you right there you're immersed in entertainment. This is not entertainment. We're talking truth. We're talking from actual experiences and based on what we know and what I know, because this is what I am sharing. And so what you are to do as a listener, everyone listening and engaging, actively listening, is, as I said before, there's a part of listening, and when it's part of an active listening construct, then comes actual action in your own life to start with first and foremost. So before trying to get the world together, get it together with yourself, within self, and then with the people around you as family, if it is possible. So you
yeah
know that everyone has their will, and you're not to force their will.
yeah. I mean, I just feel like when it comes to the mouthpieces online and social media in general, I mean, they're not creating their own wave. They're constantly just looking to react to whatever the wave is, and then that's their content.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they learned something personally, they went through some process, whatever it is, built something, grew something, had some type of exchange where they learned something, and then they're like, hey man, this would be helpful for people to get some insight. I'll share this. It's more so like, look, somebody did this and I'm reacting, and then I'll pay attention to the next thing and the next thing, and it's like all the content is coming from the outside in.
You said the operative word, reaction. These are all reactions. Psychologists study groups of people. Behaviorists study groups, and they study reaction action. So all it needs is the catalyst. All it needs is that thing, that act, that image, whatever it is, that stimuli to get people to react. Treating you, when I say they, I'm being specific, whether it's a think tank, whether it's a so-called news outlet, these things don't exist without experts behind them scripting things and telling those who are in the know, who fashion the scripts, this is what to say, this is how to say it, this is what to show, this is what not to show, in order to maintain that reactionary vibe in the people who are the focus of attention. You're basically, you can say, the host. The people on the programming, the ones who you think are the host, they're not the host. The audience is the host. And in the worst way of that word, you're the host or the parasite.
Yeah. No, I mean I mean that's where it's at. I just don't feel like I remember when it started to happen, when YouTube started to shift to so and so reacts to this video, so and so reacts to this, or somebody saying this is their this is their response. Everything has been centered around that knee-jerk reaction, thing, and it's not even it's not really content.
It's nothing. It's not new, and this is the thing that if you actually were to take a time dream, not a time machine, a time dream back into so-called past, you'll find that these things were done, especially in the decadent spot in the empire, such as Rome, so-called Rome, and other places. That was part of the distraction method. That was part of the entertainment. Watching people eat, taking part in eating contests, taking part in sexual orgies, watching sexual orgies, pornography, watching sports, watching people argue, listening to people argue, watching someone react to a reaction, playing jokes and harsh pranks on people and watching the outcome. This is all distraction, and you don't recognize it's after the one thing that you have, or the many things that you have, your brain chemicals. Those brain chemicals are not just within you. Those brain chemicals have an electromagnetic effect outside of you, and they can be consumed. You're already told by many experts that you are a type of battery. So this is a way of consuming your very essence. And you wonder why you age, and then and premature age, by the way. You're taught that, okay, this is how old you're supposed to be, and you accept it because that's what you see around you, and you expect it. And that's not the way you're supposed to be. Every particular group has an age range, and it is a longer range than what you think. And you're not supposed to become decrepit.
Do we have to wait for the boomers to die off? I know a lot of people are kind of waiting for that.
That whole type of grouping, as if it's a graduating class scenario, putting people into labeled groups, Gen Xers, millennials, baby boomers, and so on and so on. If you are in a group, then you will graduate, meaning you'll croak, and so be it, because you expect it. You're part of it. Well, guess what? Your group is coming up, and the next person's group is coming up, if you want to be that way. But you shouldn't be any group. I suggest drop out. Get out of that high school. Because it's nothing, you're going to school high. You're not learning anything. You're just being part of the same status quo that's eating you up, inside and outside. You're not a millennial. You're not a whatever, I don't know the names. There's going to be some other names coming up too. So you're not any of those things. Take it from someone who has seen all of the labels. Aboriginal, maybe not. Negro, yeah. Colored, yeah. African American, yeah. Black, yeah. Indian, yeah. All of them, that's a lot of labels. And I didn't listen to any of them because they were coming from outside myself.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like, I guess, trying to encapsulate this idea, because it seems like a lot of the decadence was birthed after the so-called silent generation. It seems like the boomers, they kind of grew up in a
decadence. Oh, damn, that's what's hidden. You want to find decadence? If you've got great grandparents still around, notice they kill off these groups. They don't just die off because they participated in it too. But you want to see decadence? There was decadence beyond what you saw in the 70s. The 60s was considered the age of preliminary experimentation into drugs, etc. But that was just on the surface. Most of those people were government, military experiments. And the average person doesn't make a drug. I don't care who it is. Whether it's someone in the so-called ghetto, which is also a false construct because the original ghetto was for proxy so-called Jewish people, not so-called Black Americans. But in any case, even a kid in the suburb, unless he's got a lab and he's very rich, does not make LSD. Someone's got to put that out there for them.
Yeah, the Timothy Learys of the world and his people.
Exactly, a big old CIA agent. So someone has to put that out there and make them ready for it and make them desire it and want it. So you have an entire group of people, if you want to call it a generation, drugged out. deliberately, and then so on and so on and so on, and then
I mean,
these
even
are
the sober
supposedly
ones
baby
though. The
boomers.
sober ones, I feel like they got drugged out on the dopamine that comes from like getting a paycheck and working a 9 to 5 or at GM or wherever they ended up working
Yeah,
until now.
that
And they,
culminated in the so-called 80s. I don't know what grouping that is, Xers or Gen Xers, I don't know. That culminated then because that was the epitome of the resume age, and looking a certain way and getting a certain job, basically just being a suck up and playing the empire game with a blind eye to all the atrocities around you, in your home, outside your home, in the world, and just playing the game and supporting it all. I've met many people from various parts of, let's just say, the world, who look upon, they're from that so-called era, and they relish the memories of the Coke age. They were talking about, oh, you should have seen it, all of those parties and just coke all over the place, and all of the condos, half of them empty, and they were used for just dummy corporations. Everybody had money, it was fun, and there was always a party. And I'm listening to these beings talk about it as if kind of like torn between angst and despising it, at the same time loving it and relishing it. But what they were doing was revealing what was happening then, but that wasn't the epitome of it all. That decadent way of being, that Hellenistic way of being is not new. Nothing is new. So don't look upon your generation as the worst and the dumbest and the this. That comes and goes. You don't want to be part of that. That's the thing you don't want to be. You recognize it and you say, wait a minute.
well,
What
I
did I
mean,
do?
those generations brought us to this point of retardation now. So I don't
Did
know
they
how.
really? Did they really? Or did you just accept it? You don't have to accept that type of that level of mindset. A child
No,
comes to awareness in their household and recognizes that their parents or their older siblings are off.
yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just saying, like it's like people have been generally primed. They don't have to go that way, but for the most part, it seems like it got really widespread. Where it was what do they call it? A chicken in a pot, a car in the driveway, or whatever. The whole idea of a house and
Yeah, chicken
work.
in every pot.
Yeah,
Right.
work 40 hours a week for 40 years, and then you live off of 40% of your income or something. I forgot the 40-40-40 thing. And,
Hmm.
and it's like that became widespread, and people's like, this is what life is.
Yeah, you become a little parasite. It's a pyramid scheme. You get your little piece and you gladly do so, and then you wither away and you're just gone. We won't remember anything about you, but we'll remember the presidents and the queens and the kings and the rich people, but you'll be nothing. This is the same thing again. That's why I mentioned it before when we spoke about your history books. They don't mention you. They mention these beings that have deified themselves, if you will, or gotten the masses to deify them. So you won't be remembered, but Jeffrey Epstein will be remembered.
What
Psychopaths
was
will
the
be remembered.
how
But
many people? How many people per generation actually leave a mark? Like a really,
everyone leaves a mark.
but
Everyone
I
does.
mean like a genuine. Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying, or correct, but I'm saying like genuine mark to create an upswing or like a correct trajectory for the
Very few, because they're participating in what you mentioned earlier. That whole, invest 40 hours a week thing, blah, blah, blah. Create familial wealth for whatever for your family down the road, insurance, this and that, garage. These are creating buffers. A car is a buffer so you don't have to walk amongst the masses, or you don't have to walk at all. Your investments, blind investments into companies that are probably wreaking havoc on not just the realm, but the people in the realm, your blind investments, they will feed you and clothe you and also those to come after you. So you don't care about all that. There's your answer.
So I mean, when you look at guys like Farrakhan, who else? I mean, who we got? We got a lot of we got a new Farrakhan. You got Reza Islam. You got a lot of guys now. Like, I often wonder, like, what is their ultimate goal? Is their ultimate goal is it economizing and just becoming, uh, upper middle class? Like, what they know everybody can't get rich. It's a pyramid scheme. Not everybody can get rich. So it's like, what? Because to me, this, Farrakhan is one of the controlled opposition. So I look at it like, uh, a guy like that, like, what is, like, I don't know, man. Like, what are they even selling to the people anymore? What is even being sold?
Well, it's not so much as what's being sold, it's what's being held back. And, individuals that are in the limelight, they also act as gatekeepers. They act as the disseminators of what you take on as truth. So that is a bigger job than just spreading hype and popularity, holding key pivotal data away from you and maintaining whatever type of scenario is the goal. And they get paid for that. They get different, it's a privilege. So they get certain privileges from that. And many don't have to have their arms pulled, or it's not a honeypot situation and they're not hiding anything. No one's extorting them. They do so because they want to. Many of them have a hate for certain groups of people. I know that because, for one, he's not Aboriginal American. He comes from the Caribbean. That's one. And he does not care for Aboriginal Americans at all. He more than likely despises them.
But you need them.
Right. It's your ticket to ride. It's your income. Why not? Pandering makes millions. You've got Tim Wise, for example. He panders to non-thinking, overly oppressed, so-called Aboriginal people who love to hear someone who doesn't look like them, in their eyes, admit to the truth that they've known all along, but just coming from him, it's like, wow. Or that Jane, I forget her last name, they love hearing that as if that's going to make a change. Jane has been doing it since the mid-60s. Has anything changed? Tim Wise has been doing it since the 90s. Has anything changed? No. The only thing that has changed is their bank accounts. They have gone up. And they've made, maybe a book here or there. And you look at the people who are buying their books, it's usually the same people. So pandering is big business. And the best panderers are those who they don't, not forget believe, they don't support any of the things that they are saying. I think the term, I guess, is grifter, probably. But they don't, and the people that they pander to, they despise more than likely. But that makes them money.
So what is going to happen in the next 700 days or 365 days or whatever, where people will be trying to use their black card literally?
You mean trying to get into the group that is designated as special? Well, obviously those who have no melanin, in the sense of true melanin, it would be very difficult for them to do that other than to befriend or intermarry, and that's not going to work. So the people who have the advantage would be those who are brown skin, dark skin, and they will be doing their darndest to try to blend in. And now you see this delineation occurring where the Aboriginals saying, wait a minute, this is self-genocide and genocide if you allow any group, doesn't matter who, whether they have melanin or not, to come in and say, you don't exist, and I'm going to take your place. That's the epitome of encroachment and colonization. And if you recognize history, it's not new. So what's going to happen in the next 700 days? The same thing that's been going on for the last 700 years. Same exact thing. Only those who are not wise are going to miss out and not see what's happening. These things don't change. I don't think the beings called humanity have that kind of sophistication for the most part. There's only a select amongst them who actually, and those are the ones that get into the fields that can manipulate and control groups and populations. Those are the Edward, Bernays types of the world.
So I mean, ultimately, we're going through just pretty much just another remnant surviving stage.
Yeah, but then you wonder, you should ponder, who's going to be benefiting from all this? The same that are benefiting before. And why is it allowed to go on? Well, it's allowed to go on until you stop it and say enough is enough. Or are you going to continue to be complicit in it? So we do have a place in this, and that place is to literally, it's not through protest, that doesn't work. That's liberalia. And no one knows about that because they don't take the time to actually read. You can, and don't read your history books. You literally have to first look up the word and see. I'll just show you how to do some so-called research while the internet's still here. Look up a particular word like liberalia, liber. Find out who liber and what liberalia was, the ceremony of, type it in, and then type in books that talk about liberalia in your search engine. And then get the titles of those books, see if you can get them cheaply or find them at a local library if one is still is in existence. If it more than likely is in existence, then it's probably in the reference section. Be prepared to give up some ID. They do that deliberately because the lending library doesn't have anything worth substance in it. But the reference library is where you've got little miniature, your library has turned into the Smithsonian. It's a museum society. So they've taken the books that count and put them in the reference section. And you have to have your license or 2 forms of ID to get in there. You can't check out the book. You got to read it in the library or sometimes behind a certain area. That's where it become because you've allowed it to become that way.
Yeah,
and
somebody,
if you want to go to that, buy it online.
somebody had sent me a Chat GPT conversation that they had, I guess, and they said 2027 is going to be the year where you're not going to be able to get on the internet. Everything's going to be wiped. All of us that's talking about what we're talking about, all of our shit will be down.
It won't be down. You'll have access to the internet, but you're going to have to give up some things to get on it. That's what, if you haven't noticed, you're giving up a lot of these little encroachments that are part of your so-called self. One of those things that has been eluded and ignored, but you shouldn't and must not in an empire, and that's your so-called privacy. Your privacy also relates to your very being, your very vessel. Privacy is not just about your affairs and your business. Privacy is a word that, when you say the word privates, you're talking about your regenerative organs. So privacy extends beyond your personal affairs, your personal effects, your personal intentions, your personal plans. It goes beyond that. It goes to your very vessel. And that's what you are protecting and stopping parasites from getting involved in and taking over. You have to, parasite is the epitome of psychopathy. And you have a lot of those, not just in the walks of so-called leadership. You've got a lot of them in your hospitals as your doctors. You've got a lot of them in academia, a lot of them in academia. That institution is replete with psychopaths. And they make these decisions that you live by. You've got a lot of them in your policing agencies. The FOP is staffed by psychopaths, military, definitely. So it's proliferated. That sounds like what parasites do within you. They proliferate and they go for the spots of control, the seats of control. And that's why you're seeing this constant encroachment, mainly upon your so-called privacy, which, take it into the true context, it has more to do with not just personal affairs and everything to do with your vessel. And then your vessel is what? The gateway to your soul and core. That's why you're taking I guess you could say taking a stand now, because later, the internet's just the least of your concerns.
Because like you live in your core, you live in yourself, and your body's like the door to that.
But it's a paradox because we're in this realm and you don't allow any compromise to either, because you're not going to experience both. You have to come through this for a purpose, for a reason. And so you protect both. Obviously, you protect one more than the other, but while you're here, you protect both because you respect it. When I mentioned this regarding respecting the realms of taste, yes, you know that your taste can be usurped and diverted through extremes, sweet, whatever, savory, umami, whatever, and then textured. But they can also be respected for what they are. You respect the fact that you can taste sweet. You respect that because you are equipped to do so. You respect your cannabinoids within. You respect your chemical construct because that is how you are designed. You don't negate it. That's what religions attempt to do. Say, okay, sex is evil, don't do it. Exercise is evil, don't do it because it's vanity. No, you respect the fact that you have a soma, you have a physical vessel. You respect it, you take care of it, but you know that you have a core. So you are, if you want to say, within both realms. But right now, this would be a domain realm. You're in it and you sense it, you feel it, you know it, but you know that you go beyond that. So while you're here, you respect your purpose, you respect your vessel while it's here, and you respect everything around you. When that is taken on as a brain set, not a mindset, by more than a particular percentage, you'll see changes happening within this realm. What does that say? That many don't respect themselves, and they definitely don't respect anything outside themselves within this realm. If you did, you would not stand for the things that are going on, for one, and you would not stand for the things that you do to yourself.
So were the fallen ones destined to fall, or what? Like what was it always? Because like I guess if there was going to be some form of dualism in this place, what would the challenge be if the fallen ones were more amicable, or they were just amicable and they weren't? I guess.
Obviously, someone was amicable amongst them because you wouldn't have such passages as, the sons of God took wives from the daughters of men, finding them fair or something to that. I'm paraphrasing. So obviously, somebody was kind of amicable, even if it was an act of force.
But like, so like if there was no rift there between the angels and the originator, what would this place be like, or is it supposed to be this way? Is it like is everything the
Is
way?
there a rift between the so-called angels and the creator, originator? Is there a rift? Refer to that episode a lecture I did on so-called good and evil. It will tell you a lot. It will show you a lot. And it will help you to know how to rethink how you think.
So is it just like, I guess I'm asking, is it like Job, where like God's talking to the devil and he's like, yeah, you could test Job.
Okay, now here's a question for you. If the devil, so-called devil, it's like the word God, these are titles, they're not names, but if the so-called devil is a lesser, why would you negotiate or talk with a lesser unless a lesser came to you with a proposal and you pondered the proposal and you said, okay, let's see how this works. Go for it. You have my approval.
Yeah, I don't know. So are they contemporaries, or is it like that? Is it a lesser and greater
Contemporary
situation?
would be equals. This is what, religions do not want you to think to this degree, let alone ask, because you can think what you want, but as soon as you start asking the clerics, they're going to find ways to shut you down, sometimes overtly, other times through, subversive tactics, placating you, etc. But they're not going to go into those realms.
And would
Sunlight.
this be a feminine thing? Would this
Say
be
what
like
again?
would this be a female that the Lord is talking to? Because like it seems right that the whole Lucifer thing, being the most beautiful angel and being Venus and everything. It seems like it's all feminine as far as the fallen angels and the legion of fallen angels. It seems like
Could be.
they're all following a feminine entity.
Well,
So
here's something to ponder. If you look to the account of Chana, or Adon and Chana, or so-called Adam and Eve, why is it, and I mentioned this to another student, I said, why is it an apple for Adam and sex for Eve? Meaning, some have come to the conclusion over the years that it wasn't an apple trade, it was a sex act trade. Eve had some type of sexual encounter with this serpent or serpent-like being, in the sense of, you can think like a serpent, you don't necessarily have to look like a serpent, but this serpent-like being, and then she brings an apple back to Adam, and he eats it. So was that a test for his approval? Like, she told him, guess what I just did? And if you eat this apple, that says that you're okay with it. So here's the apple. I don't think so. Or did Adam actually have sex too with this being? And so Eve enticed him. So it would have to be two very beautiful looking women. Or was it a dude? Was this the first so-called threesome? Or, okay, don't laugh at yourself. Or was it something of a hermaphroditic nature? Or what you would call today trans. But today it pales into in comparison to what is an actual true chimera, a true goat of Mendes.
You're talking about a real, like something that fully embodies that.
Right. It can be impregnated and it can impregnate. A hermaphrodite cannot. A transsexual can't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a purpose for all of these things. Sentience, mimic, and copy from that which they have either bloodline experience or direct experience. So this whole so-called resurgence of this so-called dysphoria is not new. And dysphoria, be wary of the world of so-called psychology, psychiatry. That too kind of falls under the same realm or school of UFOlogy or ufology and all those other things in the transatlantic slave trade by the same beings, same groups. And if you notice, these particular groups are the number one leaders in those fields. Freud, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, in any case, when you look at what people do, they are mimicking things that they have in their blood experience, meaning their ancestors experienced them. So, for example, tattoo is a resurgence of things occurring that have occurred in the past. Loss of melanin, and then making your skin melanated falsely through ink. Hermaphroditism. So some scholars say that the serpent taught Eve how to use parthenogenesis within herself so that she didn't need the seed of Adam. Some say that. Others say that a true chimera, not a hermaphrodite, a true chimera, goat of Mendes, if you want to call it that, not a Baphomet, would be able to impregnate Eve and get impregnated by Adam, if you go with the whole idea that it was a sex act that created.
Because they knew good and evil, and up until that point, when knowing is sex.
That's the reference that's used when someone knows someone. It's in a so-called carnal way. Yeah.
Yeah. So, this kind of chimera, does this chimera have a soul, or because this is another level chimera than what I am.
When we think of the chimeras are mentioned throughout in many books, published and unpublished. When I say books, I'm referring to so-called biblical books. Yashir, Jubilees, Enoch, and the sanctioned books, the ones that you see written. There is mention of chimeras. And chimeras are usually of a particular, a cherub is a chimera of a sort. And there's other mentions of chimera. Anytime you hear references to forms, I'll just say life forms, but they have many different parts. Head of a lion, 1,000 eyes, et cetera, et cetera. That's the author's description, or maybe that's exactly what they look like, but those are certain types of chimeras. There are many types of chimeras. There are chimeras that look like that, that are astounding, that would freeze the blood if seen or witnessed. And then there are those that look just like you and me. You could say that those are probably the worst ones because they can shapeshift, if you want to use the term shapeshift.
Because they're walking around looking human, but they're not.
Exactly.
And then when they go to dream, that they're another thing.
Exactly.
Okay. So I mean, because I'm just asking, like, is this like the supreme chimera we're talking about here? Because, like, as far as I know, right? I mean, I'm a chimera. I'm a chimera or a chimera.
No, you're not a chimera. A chimera has to have certain. You might be a hybrid, but you're not a chimera.
I thought.
Unless you are a chimera and don't know it, in the sense that you haven't come to, someone hasn't tapped you yet and brought out what's in you. But no, I know a chimera. You're not a chimera. A hybrid, yeah. You have chimeric, and that would be any hybrid. But again, you have to know the meaning of that word chimera. You are two things that are not found in our realm. For example, a satyr is a chimera. It's part man, part horse, and there's no rejection of either part.
Yeah, I mean, chimera is really something that's of two different ilks or multiple ilks, right? And so that's why, like, Asmodeus was what he got, like the lion foot, the three different heads, all the different. And as far as demonology, that was the demon that I felt like that I had the most affinity with, or whatever. When you told me to read the book.
Well, don't most so-called religions, the ones that are still practiced to this day, don't most of them worship some form of chimera? From Hinduism to the ancient, the dead religions or dead practices, don't they have in their pantheon of worship some form of chimera?
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
Astrology has chimeras.
I was just saying, like, if I'm O negative and I'm like part fallen, part animal, part human, and then like a little dash of some U melanin in there, like, what else would you call that? I don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, now you're bringing it into another context. So-called angels, and they're described many times in many ways. An angel by nature or design is not necessarily a chimera. The two angels that walked amongst men and came as messengers and warned certain prophets or certain key members of the Book of Remembrance, they walked amongst men and women and looked like men and women. They carried themselves a different way. There was something about them that was obviously different. But they were not chimeras. And obviously, if they wanted to break rank, they could probably impregnate a female. But they had the law within them. They knew better not to. It's like if you're 5 and your school teacher messes with you, like that woman that was just given 2 years for, and they say in the headlines, having sex with their student. That's not sex. Sex is consensual. She sexually assaulted. She aped that child, but they don't consider him a child because he's a boy, and so he was participant in it. But that's neither here nor there. But that's the equivalent. So if an angel does that with a woman, it's that an angel is ancient, and who knows what wisdom it possesses. The woman, she's a sentient. She doesn't have that. So he's literally taking advantage of that. And that would be considered a fallen way. That would be considered an act of, beyond so-called statutory. Because they're not equal. They're not equivalent. He has a huge edge over her, and doing so would be a big violation.
How does
You
the
wouldn't.
angel even come to be? Is like who are the parents of the angel for that
There's
to
no
come
there's
to?
no parents. We anthropomorphize when we turn the originator creator into something that has to procreate in order to make something. This is the epitome of existence. So in other words, dreaming can make something. Just thinking, if you want to call it thinking, can make something. Creating with hands can make something, or using the hands of others in order to maintain the physical nature and rules or laws of this realm. That's where the so-called perhaps angels came in, and other chimeras or chimeras came into play or came into purpose. Because outside of this context is creator originator. It's like you and me and anyone else. We can't, well, not physically with our hands, reach into ourselves and say, something, oh, let me just fix that. Okay, got it. We would violate a law of our structure. But we can, through our genius, through our volition, we can, depending on what we've done, fasting, secluding, strengthening our abilities, we can manifest within something that will repair or repair itself, or we can send something in to repair it, which is why people do herbs or whatever in order to help repair what's going on inside. So your herb is your angel, or whatever you put inside you. You can imbue that with something so it's more than just an herb, it's a special herb. It's now an angelic herb. You've imbued it with a particular purpose to go inside of you. This is what the allopathic medicine is supposedly doing when they, oncologists uses radiotherapy or chemotherapy on someone to just randomly go throughout the individual and riddle them with toxins in order to what? Repair them? No. So you're seeing all these examples to help clarify what goes on and what has went on around you, even the very nature of so-called creation.
But like we were saying, like you just said, like angels were walking like a bipedal human. They were.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just asking how they came to be. Like did they just
Uh-huh.
manifest?
Okay, excellent question. Because within this realm, as I said, there are laws. You don't get in here unless you come through a female, a male and a female. However, you can be sent here, especially, through that many angels say that. They, read the alleged dialogue that goes on. I'm wondering who is there to take the dialogue down. Or did someone just, say, remember this and run home and say, okay, write this down? I don't know. But in many of the dialogue or discourse between angel and prophet or angel and witness, many times they say that they have been sent. When you think of sent, you have to look at it in light of not the verb that we think of sent, but when you do send something or send someone, it is gone from your hands and something else is going to carry it. The so-called angel, unlike man or woman coming through one another through a procreative act, can either come that way, in which case they have to come into their being and recognize their purpose and then carry out their purpose, unless they fall and stay within the realm of the sentient, say, this is too much, I'm just going to get a wife and, do my thing, get my pension and quietly. That's a fall. I didn't say they did anything wrong. It just said they stayed in the sentient realm. And the sentient realm allegedly is a fallen realm based on who? Adan and Shana. Or Adam. Exactly.
So they came in. Did they come in? They penetrate through dreams, or how did they come in to get into to ride that wave of a man and a woman to come into the physical form? And I guess at some point where they were men and women like, okay, we want to bring an angel in here because it has
I
something to
don't
do, a
I
message it
doubt
needs to.
Well, not that that cannot occur, but if you or I decide to do that, you're not going to get. Remember, playing with the unseen is dangerous. You've seen that in many a film and read it in many books where people do that, and there's always some imbalanced circumstance. So we are not to do that. You have accounts of it. Saul doing it. Uh, Solomon did it, but he did it under certain circumstances. And it continues. King James allegedly did it, but under certain circumstances, controlled circumstances. You don't do that. Sex magic is allegedly something that's supposed to bring about a particular entity. AI is an example of that, to bring about a particular entity and then train it as it drinks soul energy. Train it so that it can become, what it once was. So yeah, you can do that. It's not like it cannot be done, but again, you have to know what you're bringing in, and I doubt you're going to be bringing in one of the true. You'll be bringing in something that shouldn't be, or something that is going to be opportunistic. But yeah, it can be done. Someone that is sent, that's different. And you can say in light of what you've read about Mary being contacted and saying, okay, you have a choice, allegedly, according to the story, the account, you're going to give birth to the following. Do you want this opportunity? Do you want this burden, whatever? Just say yes or say no. If you say no, we'll find someone else. But it has to come through a certain individual or individuals, and I presume something that these individuals have biochemically and structurally, so that there's not going to be any distraction within that so-called angel when it gets here, because it has a purpose. So you wouldn't choose certain groups or certain beings unless you wanted to get a particular outcome. I'm not going to put a cake in a microwave.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, sometimes I just wonder, like, what, am I just an animal consciousness, like peppered with some human or some man through the feminine, through a woman, or is it, or was I, like, at some point sent as an angel and I just been stuck here, not fulfilling the mission and not, delivering a message, and I'm just in a loop because of that.
Then that would mean that certain individuals that you have met along the way, you have to wonder who they are. And that some of those individuals could be attempting to remind you because they know who they are, but you don't know who you are. And you are constantly chickening out of your responsibilities, or taking a diversion in a path that's that's easiest and most traveled.
Yeah, because I remember you were saying one time, like, you said something like, I've been here for like 600 years or something like that, to that effect. Or I came here like 600 years ago. I don't know if I've been here the whole time, but I came here something like that, something like along that line. And I was like,
When,
damn, it took me this long. Like,
well, it doesn't matter. 600 years, 60 years, 6 days. If you fight against true purpose, you're always going to be a diversion to yourself and to others. And you don't want to do that. There are others that count. And if people are being led astray and they're looking to you for a purpose, then you know what you're supposed to do, and that's not it. You can opt for the parasitic road, as I mentioned, the road traveled the easiest, the least restrictive. You can do that, or you can be on that path that is not the easiest and not the prettiest.
yeah, it seems like
You just have to do it.
it's gonna be, yeah, arduous. It seems like it's gonna be. I mean, I guess it's gonna take everything, but I mean, what else am I gonna give everything to? But
If you look at it like that, as like, you just relent to something, that's not what is wanted, you make a conscious or true, not even conscious, you make a true affirmative or negative, not in between. So these are things that you ponder alone, not in a public forum.
Yeah. No, I guess I'm always just trying to figure out like who else is in the same boat as me, or if it's just me in this boat.
No, nothing is new and nothing is solo in that regard. It's not like there are masses amounts, but there are many who have similar situations. Every situation you could say is unique in to a certain degree because you're coming through a particular purpose, a particular place. That's why. But you're not alone.
Am I supposed to be like, how alone am I supposed to be? Because it's like when you go to school and you got a bunch of other people that's doing the same project as you, and you guys can brainstorm and talk about it, and it's it could get like you got the same objective, so you kind of teach each other as you go through the process, and that's why I'm kind of always trying to find out some people that are like in the same or similar predicament as me, because we have the same goal, but I don't I feel like it's. If they exist, they're not trying to contact me. Not that way.
School, if you're referring to an actual experience, so-called school is probably the worst experience to exemplify. That's where you lost a lot of you. Most everyone who was subject to school or victimized by school. Yeah, I'm not referring to bullying, being beaten up or terrorized, although that does come to many memories for some. For many, I'm not referring to that. School itself is trauma. You should never expose any child to that. And I'm talking to all you parents out there. That's ridiculous. And soon to be parents. Don't put your children in any school. That's
Yeah,
horrible.
I know one thing. If I was ever, if I was ever a parent, that's one thing I know. At least I would do that right. Not doing that, because that's the craziest. That was yeah, like you said, you lose so much. I feel like it just for everything I did learn that maybe that I could take away and apply in life, it was like 7, 8 traumas on top. It was not balanced.
Yeah, you have some wicked individuals in these places. All you have to do is sit in on a school board meeting and listen to some of the school board members. You can hear the crap, or go into the teacher's lounge and hear how they talk about students. You think racists are horrible. Hear how some people are talking about your children, regardless of race, so-called race. These people, a lot of them hate children. Don't ask, well, why are they there? Don't ask. That's like, the comparison. Why even bother? They're there. That's the thing. The question you should ask is why would you submit your future, your offspring, why would you submit that individual, that soul, to that type of system, to any system, but especially that one? Why? Because you have to? Because you're too lazy to do it at home? Because you don't have any time to do it? Because you don't think you're bright enough, smart enough, educated enough to do so? You have to answer those questions, but don't be lazy and just stick them there, because many people do. It's 8 hours. I don't have to worry about this little one, because they're being watched by these people who care or don't care. I know that they're there, and I pick them up when it's time, and then I just bring them back and feed them. Why did you even bother procreating?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of negligence. Obviously it's parasitic. They don't even know probably.
If you don't know why you are procreating, then you shouldn't be doing it. That's no excuse for something, I say something deliberately, that is designated as an adult. We have no excuses. We are supposed to know what we are doing.
Yeah, it should be adulthood's supposed to be synonymous with accountability.
Just break a law, see what happens. So-called law.
Yeah, break a policy, I guess. But real unbreakable, man. You're gonna deal with ramifications. It's not even like you can break them. You break yourself.
It's the start of the true change. it takes just one act and one individual or, a few individuals doing the same thing, but doing it conspicuously. That's all it takes, and that's what starts the ball rolling. That's the way people are made. They have to see someone else doing it, and then not only doing that, but the fruition that comes from it is readily comprehended and truly tangible, and you just have this desire, this want to participate in and do it yourself as well. That tells you you are actually growing. There's been a lot of stagnation, a lot of stagnation. Just listening to someone on a so-called podcast or whatever, that's not enough.
Yeah, it's got to be a lifestyle. It's got to be your whole lifestyle. Like it can't be. You can't. It's like going to church on Sundays when it's like that.
Well, that's religion. That's what it's made for. Religion is made for, part-time devotion. The rest of your devotion goes to other things. So religion is made for part-time devotion. Although, it says otherwise on the surface, but it's made for part-time devotion. Sin Monday through Friday, Saturday rest, or whatever, and then Sunday seek forgiveness and fellowship, and then repeat.
Yeah, like in the Wahoo Ching, it says like there should be no distinction between your work clothes and your and like your holy clothes or whatever, your clothes for temple or whatever. It should all be one thing. Like everything you should do, it should have, it should be your whole life should be the practice.
There is actual quote or saying, if you will, in the so-called Bible that says similar. Whatsoever ye do, do it heartily in the name of the Most High. I'm adding Most High, they say the Lord, but meaning you do so without guilt, you do so without force, because you know that this is the way to be. This is the way to actually truly exist. As opposed to, I'm going to compartmentalize myself according to some external so-called force and allegedly live that way. So I've got my church life, and I've got my club life, and I've got, my work life, all separate, and I balance them all.
Yeah, one time I was with a Jehovah's Witness, and he was saying like, man, I'm the same. He's like, I'm working on just being the same person in all circumstances. I don't want to be this person at work and this person with my family. Because I'm just trying. I don't want to be different people. I just want to be the same person. And I feel like I don't know. I mean,
Isn't that you before you went to school?
Yeah.
That's the playing ground or the playground when you learn to separate. That's where you learn dysphoria, if you want to use those terms. That's where you learn to split your personality.
Because like it's like playtime, and this is this time and this time. Because it's all it's compartmentalized. You're not looking at like building a house should be enjoyable, or building a chicken coop, or whatever you're doing. Whatever it is. Building a garden.
Now you're getting into the stepping on the empire toes, because that is true. That now you're getting into autonomy. You're stepping outside of the whole paycheck realm. I don't do so because the empire pays me. I'm doing so because I want to, and I enjoy doing it. Now you see one of the purposes of community, not a commune, not that programming that was done deliberately to make you afraid of true community, not that crap. And I'm not talking about any polyamorous situation either. That's all done to distract you. I'm talking about actual, I use the word right now, community.
Yeah. I mean, anything else is just like Ancient Aliens, man. So I mean, like Ancient Aliens, they'll show. So I was watching Ancient Aliens yesterday. I went to my friend's house. He was showing me how to fix something in my car, and he had Ancient Aliens on, and I was like, and they're talking about Southwest Colorado, how they got that I think they call it like Cliff Palace or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm already looking at like this is meltology, bro. This whole mountain was this metropolis. They didn't go up there and build a town, But
And
I
make
accept
it
it to
look like it melted.
yeah. It looks like it's just overhang of melt.
They were fans of Salvador Dali. That's why.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm keeping my mouth shut though because I was just like, look,
Mr.
this guy,
Fergus.
he's just showing me how to fix, something on my car. I'm not gonna have this conversation with him. But
No, no.
yeah, but it's just like I'm like, wow, they are kind of acknowledging. They were like, these people must have had technology superior to get up here and build this and do this, and it must have been aliens. And it's just like, man, you had me the first few steps, like, yeah, there was advanced people, da 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 da, and then you bring in the alien, and now you just credit the whole thing, and now it just looks like,
Did
whatever.
this, did this man happen to have hair that stuck straight up?
It's always
Straight up.
that guy. It's always that guy.
That's why I mentioned before many times about incredulity. Everyone should put that word in their journals, incredulity. This incredulous programming, it's a spirit that makes you think this could not happen or this could not be. It goes beyond just that. You start to use it in jingoistic ways where you think that your time, it's very arrogant, that your time is the epitome of modernity and intelligence. You start to think that anything that is not you is less than you. So we look at an animal and it's like, wait, is that a tear? Is that dog actually crying? Oh, it's amazing. I didn't know they could cry.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know, man. That's the issue. It's like it's not very many people that you can take this walk this far, Farrell. Like, and it's a lot more walk to go. But I'm just saying, like, it's to even get to these points in the conversation. So many people have tuned out because, like, a lot of the times I find myself agreeing with conservatives when they say certain things in principle, when they say like, we need to stop immigration. I'm like, yeah, but do you really want to have the conversation about the immigrants and who the immigrants are? And I'm like, yeah, you know what? You actually right. Would you say, okay, you pro-life? Okay, yeah, pro-life makes sense. Like a lot of stuff. And I'm like, okay, when it comes to these conversations in principle, I'm like, actually, you are right, but I don't think you're willing to accept how right you are because then you would have to acknowledge the reality of certain things, like
They
you
have to
said, like
look at themselves.
yeah, because like as far as like thinking that they're the best, anything that's not me is not superior, da 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 da. It's like there's so many self-defeating arguments in it that they'll never be able to get to this point in the conversation. Like I was having a conversation or argument debate with a conservative, and they were saying like, because we were arguing about the Nile, and I was like, the Nile of today, the supposed Nile, does not have the attributes of the biblical Nile of Isaiah. There's no way that these are the same river. And like, he's like, I'm a theologian, da 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 da. And like, I'm like, okay, so are you? Because I know how conservatives are. They're like, global warming is not real or whatever, right? And then, so I'm like, okay, so if you assume that the Nile today is the real Nile, then you have to assume global warming is real. And then in the last 3,000 years, the Nile has changed so dramatically that it no longer has 7 deltas. And like, and it's like I feel like they never, certain things when these arguments, like it's like always cognitive dissonance. Like they thump the Bible, but then you're like, let's open it and examine. And it's like, they don't want to go there. They talk about immigration, but they don't want to go there. They talk about abortion, but they don't want to go into tantra. And it's like it's always this stop. So I'm like, there's no real group of people politically in the political sphere that can really go this far in the conversation. It's like it's a really rare group of people that can even stomach this. So
The so-called vox populi is not a forum for truth. Never has been. If you study Vox Populi and what it was for. It was not for truth. It was for persuasion, to persuade someone to your side. And so that's why you have these sides. You have so-called conservative, middle of the road, liberal, etc. But the thing that they all have in common is they're all doing the same thing. They just have they're in different factions, but they're all doing the same thing. They're all lying and not looking at themselves. So it's easy to point fingers at one another. Never participate in any politics for many reasons. It's okay if you have some type of so-called vestige, interest in, let's say, some type of corporation or business, because that's what you're trying to impact. And you're going to impact those that work for you. But other than that, there's no real reason. You have to ask, well, what are you supporting? So all those individuals who have some type of designation, whether it be conservative white, conservative liberal, or liberal or liberal white conservative, or black liberal Democrat, or Hispanic liberal, or Hispanic conservative Cuban, whatever designation you have, you're all participating in the same thing and vying for some type of piece of something. Some are just participating in ignorantly, like Topsy does with that character from Uncle Tom's Cabin. No knowledge whatsoever, just participating in it because everyone's running around having fun. Just pull that lever. That would be the so-called black vote. Just do it. Don't question why, just participate. If you don't participate, you don't count. And you know that that's a spell and a stupor by, these politicians and things they say in their face. I saw something online on a Zoom call, I think it was with Biden, and when he told a group of so-called black people that, if they don't vote for him, they're not black. And they need to get their act together or they're going to find themselves right back in chains. You couldn't do that to any other group. He would literally have his worm-filled behind handed to him on a platter.
Yeah.
But you can only do that to some group that is in a stupor. So politics is only for those who actually have a player that they've paid for in the game. That's what representation is.
Do you see things getting like into a kinetic war on American soil in the near future? Because it seems like, I don't know, like when I just look at it like the so-called Civil War. I guess certain people, chose sides, and
That's even lied about. That was more of a fight for freedom. That was not a fight. And I'm not talking about so-called blacks or so-called black slaves or so-called slaves. I'm talking about the actual slaves fighting for their freedom. And that would be so-called whites fighting for freedom from the various factions that were enslaving them and keeping them in perpetual poverty, which is not going to be told. And this is why it doesn't take long for a lie to come in there and take hold. But
yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense because you have black supporters of the Confederacy that bankrolled it, like William Ellison.
Exactly.
And so, I mean, you have black Confederates and that fought in the war, and then you have what so-called black Union soldiers, and, and so it's like, I'm like, man, who's going to divide this line to where people, because it seems like dress up. A lot of the pictures of the Civil War is like, why would you even wear a uniform if you're in a war? Why would you want them to know, you know what I mean? I don't know. So much stuff. If it's a civil war, you'd want to be as incognito as possible, I'd assume.
No, then every time is different. Every stage act is different. So at that point in so-called time, it was popular. It was the thing to do, to wear your affiliation on your sleeve, so to speak, and to in photography, being a resurgence of photography and so-called advances in photography. Hey, why not be captured and seen forever, in this tintype for all to see and wonder at, basically like being a god, in your uniform to show your affiliation and your commitment to country or confederacy or whatever, or union. Yeah, why not? So yes, they wore their, many wore their uniforms like into their 90s and 80s. As many chances as they could get, they would don that sword and put on that uniform because they kept it in mothballs so that it would be preserved. Yeah, that was the thing then. It was almost carried into the latter part of the 20th century when it came to military, but then it like kind of died off as they claimed the Vietnam War ended that gung-ho mindset. It allegedly ended with the Vietnam War, the so-called televised war, where no one really looked to military in the same esteem as they did in the past.
So
And
like,
now that's changing as you see things are repeating. Now that's changing because we want to. So you're going to see more people wearing uniforms or admitting to being part of mercenary groups that are fighting for America or fighting for whatever is the cause of the day.
no, I was just like, how is this division going to happen? Because I mean, you see it like,
There's already a division.
no, I mean, like I see, but like on a physical kinetic level, I see like, they got the immigration thing going on, and it's kind of it's starting to get into a more consistently hot altercation with more kinetic.
According to the media, that's the magic of the media.
Yeah,
You'll see media wars in the sense that what you see is not what you get, and that's the whole purpose. The digital, and that's the resurgence of AI or resurgence of AI. You're going to be seeing a lot of true fake news that was
but then it
thrown out
creates
there.
like real news though, because it like foments it.
To a degree. The population is going to have to go through a purge, and I mean in the sense of enemas, blood purification, because most people are hyped up on transgenic drugs, meaning the food, as well as so-called drugs, opiates, etc., and the drugs in the food, in order to lose that complacency before there can be any kind of war. And that's going to take at least 15 to 25 years or more to get that out of the systems. And so by then, you're not talking about the same people, you're talking about their children.
So there will be no physical kinetic wars. It's going to be cerebral and digital.
If you want to look at it in terms of the so-called Great White Brotherhood, they claim that this place is under San Rafael or Saint Raphael and someone else. If you want to look at it in terms of the Book of Remembrance, the apple of the Most High's eye is here. That would be the Aboriginal, the so-called Israelites. So no, it won't be happening here. That's why everyone is clamoring to get here. There's no American dream. There's nothing of that nature. They just want to be close to the originals. They want to be close to the apple of God's eye, because that they know is protection. Even if that apple is really messed up with some worms on the inside, they still will know that they can't lose their core. So why be anywhere else but there? That's why people are clamoring to get to the Americas for whatever reason, for by any means necessary. And then it will come to being there is not enough. Being part of that bloodline is what it's going to take. And that's why you have the many different groups, melanated groups, attempting now to blend in and take over, thinking that's going to work, and it's not. Shem is Shem, Ham is Ham, Japheth is Japheth. There's no crossbreeding. If you're the gardener, you know who's who and what's what.
Yeah, I mean, you do. I mean, I guess ultimately they want to have as many immigrants here as possible to create as much.
The experiment all over again.
Yeah.
The manifested experiment, the spell. When you put all these groups together, it's perfect. It creates a spell. It creates a force.
Because if it was all just people from Sierra Leone, everybody would know. Like, look, it's just this phenotype or so-called phenotype. It's just them. They're the people who are not supposed to be here. But if you got all these different types of people, then it's like it's so much going on, like to where people say like, oh, there's so many Indians coming in, so many people from India coming in, and so many people from Nicaragua, so many people from Venezuela coming in. We got to get them out. And it's like, man, I guess which battle are you gonna pick? It's so many people that's not supposed to be here. Like, how can you even begin to pick, like, to focus on just one?
When you think of a cauldron and you think of certain magic, you have to have different parts of the concoction to put together to make certain things occur. And that's why, this place has been called the Great Experiment by some so-called scholars. I don't know if de Tocqueville called it that, but a few others, people who critique and look at the world from an outsider point of view, they've looked at America as an experiment. The implication being many thought that this wouldn't last. Others, from a more esoteric standpoint, knowing that when you put certain factors together, you get something. Just no different than a spell. When you put certain things together, certain forces, certain bloodlines together, you get a recidivist pattern of the past happening again. So if this is Egypt, then you need Egyptians, you need Hebrews, you need Hittites, you need all these various groups who don't know who they are, and they're classifying themselves as white or black or this or that or Hispanic or whatever, Chinese, Nigerian, Ghanaian, and they have no idea who they are. And they're so hell bent on their monikers. That's why vanity and arrogance don't go together, because they're two emotions that are extremely blinding. People are very arrogant about where they think they're from and who they're connected to. I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Boricua, okay, I'm Cubano, I'm Italiano, I'm from New York, I'm from LA, I'm from Compton, I'm from East LA, I'm from Canada. I don't think anyone wants to admit that, but you get the idea.
Yeah. No, it's gang mentality, man. It's ganged out here. Right.
And who benefits from gangs? Not the gangs.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like big bank take little bank. Like, no matter how big you are as the Crips, you're not a bigger gang than the police. You're not a bigger gang than, the judicial system.
Those are gangs too.
That's what I mean. Like, it's like that gang eats that gang, and that gang gets eaten by another gang. And
one gang just has sanctions and has the cloak of legality, and of course deep pockets supporting them. A so-called street gang doesn't have that unless that agency or that government funds them, and that comes at a price. So gangs, it's a joke. It's like a football team. It's a distraction of male true energy. Yeah, when gangs really started out, they were ways for males to protect their community from people who were trying to attack it, not from other people down the street or someone who wore a different color, but from cops. And if they really were not blinded, they would see that it's also certain politicians. The so-called Black Panthers, that's where they originally started out, but they got infiltrated really quickly.
And the leadership got killed, I mean.
Exactly. But they were there protecting their community, literally community, from police, from politicians, because they took it to that level, certain politicians, in fact, most politicians, and they were going up the ranks, if you will, and stopping certain things from happening by creating circumstances of autonomy within their community, meaning not relying on any type of so-called service, because all these things come with a price. Governments don't give anything for free unless they have some type of strings attached, and that usually means some type of COINTELPRO system or infiltration of some type of drug into your community. You have to have sellouts. You always have to have someone on the inside to help break you down and bring you down.
Yeah, and if you take anything and try to buck the system, they will kill you. They will firebomb you like the Black Panthers in Philly when the Democrat mayor, what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. They killed it. You were getting killed. Like Fred Hampton.
Yeah, I think that was the group they called MOVE, and that was under, what was that? His name should stand out. I remember all of that because I had a client who asked me to come do a house call, and I traveled all the way to that city. And I was actually in the city at the time of the bombing. I was a few blocks away, literally a few blocks away as the bombing occurred. Sanborn, I think is his name. That was the fire chief. And the mayor was Good, I think was his name. I don't know the first name. His first name was Good, melanated individual, so-called black, and the fire chief Italian. And so you got these players, all Confederate. And then, of course, you enter in the feds, and they dropped, I don't know what they dropped, some type of bomb from the air and blew up. You saw the devastation. I mean, blocks and blocks and blocks. They keep this hidden from people. Folks don't know, and they think, when did this happen? Are you talking about the thing that the atrocity that happened in 1922, the Oklahoma bomb? No, not talking about that. I'm referring to the city in Pennsylvania in 1985, so-called modern times. And there were people coming in from the suburbs with lawn chairs, watching so-called Caucasoids and cheering. And this is where a song, I think, came out of, if I'm not mistaken. It was called "The Roof is on Fire, We Don't Need Water, Let the Blank Blank Burn." It became a popular song, ironically, with so-called melanated people. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's so many political prisoners, people that were actually taking the correct route. A lot of them got locked up or murdered.
What was the name? They had a last name they used. Africa, I think, was the name they used, like Dr. Africa. They used the name Africa. They just dropped their basic names, their last names, their surnames, and they all kept the name Africa. And they were living vegan life, growing things. They turned the power off in their home, so like an Amish style, and they were living basically so-called back to nature. Now, allegedly, according to the news reports, people around them, so-called black people, were complaining and saying they didn't like seeing these dreadheads walking around barefoot in the summer, because the children would walk around barefoot. And you know how some individuals are, regardless of their so-called race. They were saying that these people smelled funny, smelled bad, that they were unclean, that they had parrots and dogs. Well, they couldn't live in Los Angeles, and they definitely couldn't live in Central America, because people have chickens and roosters, and if you're not used to that, then I don't know what's up. So allegedly, they were complaining about this, and this brought on the ire of the local police. And then they claimed there was an altercation, and then from there was a warrant issued. But I did some digging, and I found out that not 10 years earlier, in another section of that town, they had committed another atrocity against this group. And there's a man, what is his name? John, is his name John Africa? I want to make sure I got the name correct. He became a political prisoner. They put him in prison and claimed that and again, this was all, they do this a lot. They claimed he shot one of their police officers. The fact was, the ballistics report and 2 reports were sequestered or hidden or removed from the record, and the prosecution used falsified reports. The fact was that he was shot by police. They found 38 caliber bullet in him. He was shot by his own police. He was probably about to retire. It was a so-called white officer. He was probably about to retire. He thought he was in, with their fraternal order. And they always pick a patsy. And they figured, oh, he's the best patsy, accounting-wise and any other way. They probably hated him. And they shot him in the back. Now, how can he be shot in the back by people who are being shot at in the front from a house?
I mean,
obviously fake and obviously a lie. So,
yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with RFK. When he won the primary in California, they said Sirhan killed him, but Sirhan was in front of him. He got shot in the back. It's the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing. Like it's over and over again. This repeatedly happens. Like with
Now you're getting it.
it's ridiculous, man. As far as the assassinations and all of that goes. I mean, the guy that killed Malcolm X, he got away with it, right? The two good guys they locked up, or the two of the people that they locked up for like 40 years, 50 years, they didn't even do it.
Exactly. The one
So
who did it, I think he just recently passed away.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, but it was like
Hmm.
took till they didn't release them dudes until like 2021, and it's like, damn, you didn't even kill this person in the 60s, and they locked you up for life, basically.
You can't be shocked by the ways of the wicked. That's just exactly what they do. And so those listening, you shouldn't be shocked by the ways of the wicked. That's just, the wicked are listening, and that's what they do. So, they're constantly, these are parasites. So the same thing applies to the parasites in you. You don't, you know what they're capable of. So you
There
don't
is no
feed
bother.
them right. So, you don't give them what they want. That's the main thing. And using subversive tactics and repeat tactics is a common practice. There's nothing new. And the fact that they do it is an insult to one's, and should be an insult to one's intelligence. They just recently did something like that in the media. You don't know if it was AI, you don't know anything, but something that you should know. There have been many movie directors who go for authenticity in their graphic scenes of blood splatter and blood spray and shootings. That should be an education alone in ballistics for those who are,
Yeah,
the people
I
watching
mean,
that movie.
the most recent thing is ridiculous because it was the wrong gun, the wrong gunman, the wrong timestamps. I mean, none of it makes sense with that most recent thing. I mean, I think it's possible that they might have killed him, but at the same time, because I just don't put it past it because what happened after his death is that the woman took over the company and she's thrice as evil. So I'm like, oh, maybe she, maybe he did get taken out for her to be the worst figure. I don't know, but I'm definitely not ruling out the fact that it could have been a blood packet or whatever.
Why
It's
not? Why not? Parasites, there's no honor among parasites.
yeah, they're not.
Many claim that Gianni Versace's sister took him out. Many claim that. There was no, the Filipino man that they claim killed him was a patsy. He got lured there, and then the police, of course, the corrupt Miami police, and they're very corrupt, most of them Cuban, and they're coming in from those regimes, many from Argentina, the blood killing squads of Brazil. They're all in the police force in Miami, so they're beyond dirty. And so this man was lured there, and of course, Andrew Cunanan, I think was the name, and they lured him into a place, and of course, he gets shot up, and he's gone. There's no witness. There's nothing to it. And his own father said that was a lie, a huge lie. They said it was. I mean, these are obvious setups, and this is what the so-called masses are accepting over and over again. That's why I did the comparison between a ref in a football game or a ref in a match that doesn't see what goes on behind his back. You can't be that blind. You cannot continue to be that blind. You cannot be that stupid. Either don't watch these things or know what is exactly going on. Do not be naive. This is
Yeah,
done automatically.
it's just like you just think about the amount of brain power that goes. I mean, I look at it like they would not have done it this way if they didn't want people to go down this rabbit hole of questioning it and researching it, spending all this brain power on this because
It's
it's consuming so much mental space. I feel like, and we could have done so much stuff with that.
now do you see why I didn't talk about it? That's why, because I don't want to be part of it. I know that these are distractions, and they do this to particular groups, but all groups get involved in it because they know that certain groups are very myopic when it comes to such things. People are still talking about Kennedy to this day and having debates and about the so-called Twin Towers. And, it was thermite, it was this, it was scalar weapons, it was, it was Israel, it was aliens, because they know that these distractions will continue to be distraction in perpetuity. and it doesn't take an entire group, just a small cabal to commit these acts.
Yeah, and I just look at it like, man, even if you do figure out the conspiracy, it's not like they're going to ever admit it. They're going to die with the lie.
Right. That's why they maintain these records. The records on J. Edgar Hoover still sealed. We do know that J. Edgar Hoover was a so-called mulatto. We do know that he was a cross-dressing homosexual.
Damn, I didn't know J. Edgar Hoover had melanin or
Yeah,
so-called.
he hit a lot of that proof, but a lot of that came right back out. You can go look up right now, look up his family line. There are people that were interviewed and said, yeah, he's half black. What? There's no big shock there. We know who his mother is. We know who his aunts are. We know exactly where he came from. Literally, people were interviewed and they knew him from where he came from. They know who he is. Dwight D. Eisenhower's the mulatto. They keep these things hidden. They don't want you knowing this stuff. So-called mulatto, pardon these terms.
And I guess if you're just looking back at a black and white film, you might not tell.
Correct. So-called Elizabeth, so-called Octoroon of England, the one they call the Queen.
Yeah.
We put that to the grave. So these things are done deliberately because people think that they have to hide the truth from the world. But I'm saying to everyone, don't be afraid of truth. And you start with yourself. Don't be afraid of truth, because once you are, people will use that on you and you'll use it on yourself. You should want truth in all things, every encounter, everything. You want truth in your food. You don't want anything that's not what you think it is, then that's a lie. Truth is pure, clean water. Truth is unadulterated food that's going to nourish you, not something that, okay, does this contain people? Is this a spider or an apple?
Yeah, it's a spapple.
Right.
Yeah, man. Somebody asked, how important are enemas when cleansing as compared to fasting? Are colonics useful as well? Because I remember you said that people need to do that on a wide scale to even be ready for some type of war. But enemas. I feel like I've talked to people, and some people say that they ended up abusing laxatives and enemas. So, what is the happy medium for enemas?
Well, you can contact me and I can walk you through it, or you can follow the common, or I should say the wise approach. You don't want to overindulge and definitely don't want to rely on something. People rely on a laxative and then you become used to it. So the only way you can have a so-called bowel movement is through a laxative. And for many, the same thing applies to the enema. Some get to the point where it's like a gag reflex thing. They start to like it and they only live according to their enema schedule. You got to be careful with that. You use it for what it is, the purpose of it, and that's to get things moving in your lower remedies, in your rectum and lower intestinal tract. That's it. And then the rest you'll do from above, from the upper part. You don't put things into you again to make continue that clutter. You have to do other things in. The main thing is you're helping to release that lower end, and then you have to replenish. Those are the things that you want to do, and you do these readily in a strategic manner. Meaning when I say readily, I mean that you have prepared for it. If you're not prepared for it, then you don't do it. I'm going to stick some coffee in an enema bag and do a coffee enema because I heard it was perfect, or I'm going to use this distilled water because I heard it was perfect. You don't do that. Check out some of the videos that I put up on IG, and you'll see that you don't do that with herbs no more than you do that with enemas. It's the same thing.
How much are people actually hearing their true voice, and how much of it is just parasites when they call it thinking?
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't know the numbers, but I know it's great, and it only gets larger the more complacent everyone becomes. I know many of my students are home gardeners. Some didn't think about such things as contaminants filtering through the air or leaching in the water through the soil into their gardens. Others did, and they wonder, what am I going to what's the next step? Do I have to build a greenhouse? And if so, do I have to have some type of air filtration system on it? If you allow it to get to that, it is going to get to that. And by the looks of things, it will. Because it's going to take a lot more than just one to put a stop to that. A community can make a difference because you're a larger group, but still you breathe the same air that the person down the road or across the state is breathing. And no matter how much organic you eat, you're still eating from the same supply group, or so, I don't want to say system. I call it a group because this realm is a group of organisms all together working as one, but we eat from it. And corrupting it, which is what's being done, is going to also corrupt the supply of what you ingest. You have to make your own soil now, and you can do that easily. You have to start doing things with your water reclamation when you irrigate your plants. You can use certain types of filter material that goes around and over your plants that will stop pollen and other things that can get into your plant and create a chimera, because many don't have the funds for a greenhouse, and maybe they do have the funds for a greenhouse, they just don't know how to manifest a air filtration system that will block out what's in the air. And of course, you're going to have to wear a hazmat suit if you go in, like a bee protector suit, because you'll be bringing it in on your clothing. So you have to have an area where you get blown off, and then you can go in now that you're clean on the outside. Do you want to get it to that level? Or do you want to stop it now? This is what you can take step backwards and see how things have encroached step by step. Look back in your lovely era when you were a child in the 90s, when you thought everything was so-called great and fun and peaceful and lovely. And look at and I'm not talking about the egregious changes. I'm talking about the things that would be considered encroachments. Look at then, compare now. Because nothing was done and everyone was complacent about things, got too wrapped up in so-called empire commitments or just self-absorbed, whatever, you see what goes on. And I'm not referring to global warming, because then it wasn't global warming, it was global cooling. Those are all distractions. You got caught up in the distractions. And you see how these things take this incremental step. It will get to that point where you'll be told that you'll have air quality days, where you have to wear a respirator mask. And you have to get your respirator mask at Lowe's, Home Depot, Walgreens, whatever, and it won't be cheap. And you'll have to change your filters. Not that there's anything wrong with the air, but you'll believe there is. The thing that is a threat are seeds. That's why, and that's commercial parasitism. Seeds will infest your seeds and can stop them from growing, or because these things are patented, proprietary, you can be sued and stopped from growing because you don't own your plants. Your plants are now part of this corporation's plants. How do we know? It's like finding bootleg CDs or movies. They'll have people that work with the agricultural department who goes throughout areas and tests your plants. But that's when you're wise and you stop them from that, because you set up your property as private property and you don't let anyone encroach upon it. You make sure you have a dog and that someone's always there, because they will go on your land, even if it's just your yard, and they'll get a sample. And if that sample is found, you'll have a citation in your mail saying you either need to cut those things down or face fines or jail, because you're growing something that is bootleg. You think this is all talk, but this is where it's going if it's allowed, and you allow these things through complacency. You don't want it to get to that point.
This is why they have seed patents. What you're saying.
Exactly.
So if you it's like having a copyright.
that you can't have this banana plant?
Well, you can start your own heirloom seed plants right now too. You won't be able to plant them just yet, but you can create your own seed banks and keep them. Start a community seed bank, and when the time comes, you will have to plant them and protect them. Seeds are almost like children in the sense you have to protect them so that they can grow, but they need an enriched or rich niche to grow in that would include the air and the soil and the water. So you have to provide all that or make it available at least.
Yeah, seeds are like God's technology, but
Mm-hmm.
like I feel like that's my next after I get settled in here after a couple of these projects, I want to for the late winter I want to have like a biogas kit so I
Can you
can
explain for those who are listening what that is?
with a biogas kit you can turn your compost and your waste into basically a place that like you just create a little some people do it in barrels or in tanks or in some people do it in various different ways, tubs and stuff, but like you put the waste in a container area, then you have your microbes, you put the microbes in there. Some people use different ways of putting the microbes in there, and then the the microbes eat the waste and that releases methane, and so then you trap the methane, the biogas, and you can heat your home or you can cook things or whatever you need fire for. And
Mm-hmm.
then the byproduct is the fertilizer, is already prepared fertilizer, either whether it be the sludge or the actual whatever's remaining, the material that's remaining is already primed fertilizer that you can treat the soil with, so that even if you live in a barren area, you can start to bring it to life.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So I feel like that's like a project I really want to. I am mastering. I'm right now. I'm just mentally, getting the research done or whatever. But once I can actually go through the process of constructing one and then learning what's actually happening at different times and trying to, regulate it to where I get the best performance out of the kit, I feel like that's really changing the game, because now you're getting biogas so you can heat and cook, or you can use it. I've seen some people, they take the biogas and then they get a converter to where they can power a propane generator.
Mm-hmm.
So now you get power, heat, fire, all from your waste, and then you get fertilizer.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's like one of the biggest goals I got in the next 6 months, to figure that out, to get that correct.
You have your elemental garden or your elemental niche in a sense because it's self-supporting, not sustaining, self-supporting.
Yeah,
Sustaining is what you do to survive. This is not about surviving. This is about supporting and being autonomous, but at the same time, or while at the same time, respecting self and things around you for what they are supposed to be for, and not taking them out of context, not harming them, not misusing them, or exploiting them. That includes the land, the flora, the fauna, and I presume any people. I don't know well, I kind of do know what's around your area. Um, so I won't say anything about that. You just happen to be in an area. I mean, I cannot say anything bad about it because I was in a similar area. You visited.
yeah. I mean, if it's only 200 people here, if we could get 30 people, I mean, that's like almost that's a good that's a we're, at that point, if we had 30 able-bodied people, it's like we're almost as big as the town.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we'd be a force at that point. Nobody really would even be able to really say or do anything to us if we had that kind of insulation,
And that
manpower
should be,
insulation.
that should be second on your goal. But there are many things that have to be done in between. So start your journaling if you haven't already, and take it truthfully. Some say seriously, and start putting it down. Your Bible is written, Your monthly bills are written, and there's a reason for things being written.
Yeah. I was,
No one's going to call you and tell you you owe some, your electric bill's due. They don't call you for that because they know in writing makes a difference. There's a reason for something being written.
yeah.
You
I
take
see
it
it.
seriously, and it happens.
Yeah, I had seen too. I was looking at the biogas kits. The first time I got the idea of it or whatever, I'd seen that somebody was selling them, and then I look at the company. I'm like, that's an Israeli company, of course. And then,
Mm.
and it was like $1,000, and I'm like, man, this is probably like $200 in material, maybe if that.
Mhm.
And yeah, so I mean, I feel like the challenge is just putting it together yourself. It always feels like it's almost like making $800 to do it yourself. As I try to at least look at it that way.
Just get the parts. You can get the parts and do it. One of my other students made they live in the Yucatan, and they constructed an aquaponics um, setup with the tanks and the microbes and the fish. They use tilapia, and they have the garden to go with it. So they did all of that. They had some issues with it just recently because that area experienced a huge um, power outage. So they lost some of the fish, but everything else seems to be fine. And I wrote to them just recently, a few days ago, and mentioned that they might want to invest in a generator, not just a gas generator, because their gas generator failed. So there's some word to the wise. Don't just rely on one type of generator, and don't rely on certain sources to power certain things. Some things should be autonomous in how they are powered. You can use some small solar panels for certain things, but some things can be powered by water force or uh, natural hydroelectric. You have a running stream, you can actually utilize that, creating a water turbine and use that energy as well. You can use your own wind turbine, and it doesn't have to be the vertical type that causes problems in the surrounding area for birds and other life. There are many types of new types of turbines that are even more powerful and better suited to where you reside.
Yeah, I mean, you're just collecting amps, and then you just got batteries, and then like
Mhm.
my friend was telling me that you should get older golf cart batteries because you can restore them yourself.
Right.
The new batteries you can't do anything with. You can't refurbish them yourself.
Hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. It's a
Okay.
lot. It's a lot to do, but I mean, I'd rather do this than whatever else is even the option. I don't even. It doesn't even feel like an option. The other things.
It really isn't when you think about it, and that's the trick of a lot of the empire structure, to make you think you have a choice, or these are the options you should consider. When you actually look in the path of those options, you see that they just take you right back into subjugation and subservience and service to empire.
Somebody asked, like, what is the first step in autonomy? Like, would it be fasting always? The first step, or an enema?
I don't think it's any kind of physical act like that. I think it starts with your thought and recognition of what's happening with yourself. Any patterns that are maintaining your own self sabotage, your own subjugation, your participation in it. That would probably be the thing that you not only make your first step, but a constant reminder that this is where you can always go back to if you're not careful and wise.
Yeah. So, do you have a new? When is your next podisode coming out, or is it already out?
175 is out, and that's the one that is on the the ownership, so that you know how ownership works and who is what, and also on the technology of telepathy, so-called telepathy, and what's been going on around you with the so-called technology that is right under everyone's noses. the next phase of so-called new technology, and which is not new at all. That is within 175. In addition to some recipes that I made for a particular client who was interested in probiotics, prebiotics from bananas and peaches, fermented bananas and peaches.
Okay.
And they're easy to ferment because of the sugar. You just let them, get overripe and then add some certain things to it. And you've got extremely rich probiotics and prebiotics.
There's a video going around of this woman. She's talking about like how phones work, and she was saying that the phone, like I guess kind of, I don't know if it's what you're talking about in your podisode, but she was saying like the phone, like you have a biofield,
Mm-hmm.
a torus field, biofield, or your aura, or whatever, and that's like that's like the, I guess that's part. She was saying like that's part of your immunity or whatever. That's part of your, it's your biofield, and the phone is like hijacking your biofield and using it as a means. I don't know, but I don't know if that was like, if there's any if any basis in that, but
The phone has its own field. These devices. It's not that it's hijacking anything, but you're bringing it into your circumference. You're bringing it into that toroidal field. And so just imagine it acting as a block in some sense. It can even be not just a block, but it can also absorb. So if you're picturing energy forms or waves going around in a particular pattern, and now you bring in this object that absorbs and sends out, it actually can take those field forms and bring it into it. Is it using it on the surface level? Probably not, because if you measured your battery life is not going to show more battery exchange. If that was the case, you'd see a lot of people harming themselves by just bringing their batteries close to their vessels. But it's taking it and then doing what with it? Obviously, the same thing that happens with your information. It goes to wherever or whomever is collecting that data. So a phone is a portal, or these phones are.
so yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it's gonna get any better as far as these devices, man. Like with the Palantir stuff, and that guy Alex Karp being supposedly half so-called black and half so-called Jewish.
Who is this individual?
He's one of the wealthiest guys in America. He has this company called Palantir. He started it with the guy Peter Thiel, the homosexual the guy that started PayPal.
Okay.
And they started this company called Palantir, and it's like a surveillance company. And like for the first dozen years of this company's existence, they exclusively work with the government. But now they've gone public, and they're contracted out with governments around the world, and they're using it to like data mine in Gaza for like threat assessment and everything, and like the guy Alex Karp seems pretty evil, man. I don't know, pretty negligent as far as human life and suffering. So I mean,
he's part of that PayPal so-called mafia, right?
Well, Peter Thiel is, and that's who he worked with Peter Thiel to start Palantir, and they're all the same mafia though.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem to be, because Palantir, they're using them. It's like the guy what's his name, Tolkien, the guy that wrote Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm. J.R. Tolkien.
Yeah, the Palantir was like a looking glass type thing from the story.
Mm-hmm. I thought I heard that word before.
Yeah, and so they're like consolidating all of the AI data mining, whether it be Amazon, they're consolidating it all under Palantir.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, yeah.
Aren't their fathers, well, at least the PayPal, so-called PayPal mafia, aren't their fathers the ones who funded Project Coast in South Africa?
I wouldn't know. What's that do? What was that?
Project Coast allegedly was a plan to use genetic or biowarfare against the indigenous South Africans to lower their population.
I mean,
You can look up Project Coast. There's
yeah.
no mystery about it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Project Coast, like a coast, like an ocean coast.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Project Project Coast was a covert chemical and biological weapons CBW program run by South Africa's apartheid-era government during the 80s and 90s. It was led by Dr. Walter Basson,
Mm-hmm.
a cardiologist and military officer who became known as Dr. Death due to his role in the program. What it did was it developed chemical weapons used for use against perceived enemies of the apartheid regime, including anti-apartheid activists and Black South Africans, including. Including.
Exactly. Its main target was so-called Black South Africans.
Yeah. It created lethal toxins and assassination tools disguised as everyday objects like umbrellas, beer cans, screwdrivers that deliver poison. Allegedly researched infertility agents aimed at reducing the Black birth rate, including attempts to develop a contraceptive that could be secretly administered. It supplied anthrax and cholera
Cholera.
to Rhodesian forces during their war against guerrilla rebels in the 70s. Operated through front companies like Delta G Scientific and Rue de Plot research laboratories to hide its activities. So it's Dutch. And then what happened after apartheid? The program was dismantled in the 90s under President F.W. de Klerk. Yeah. A government
But
investigation, the Stein report, exposed many of the abuses. Bassan was tried, but he got acquitted.
exactly. And so the backers were the fathers of Musk and the other people in the so-called PayPal mafia, all so-called South Afrikaners.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Peter Thiel is an openly homosexual German, and him and Musk are, I guess, the major faces of PayPal.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's not the best people to have with the keys to these things, but you just can't give them nothing. You can't give them the information, like you're saying. You just can't give them anything. You have to totally divorce from the system as much as possible.
Right, because if you're looking for any type of redeeming quality coming from, certain groups or cohorts, forget it. You're not being wise. These individuals, that's not in them to do that. So
I
that's why,
mean, Musk's dad, didn't he get his stepdaughter pregnant?
according to so-called reports, yeah.
That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. That
Mhm.
energy right there. I don't know. But yeah, that's the Palantir thing. I mean, that's where it's all going. It's all being consolidated. Like the AIs are all being consolidated to surveil, and it's going under one umbrella. And the vice president who they're trying to foist on us in 2028, he was completely a creation of the PayPal mafia. Like his everything, his first job, bankroll, he's completely a child of these people that you like of the Coast project,
Mhm.
basically.
So you
And
wonder well, I don't wonder. I know exactly what bloodline they're coming out of. The thing is, how long are the so-called masses going to recognize that they become complicit in this controlled opposition network just by their very participation in what they consider daily living? Like what is considered daily living?
everything is like a vote almost, or like payment into. the system. Everything you do, go to Walmart, go to Home Depot, everything. It's just
I
like,
would never buy anything. Anyone listening, if you're buying it, any of these places, Amazon, etc., or especially Walmart, reconsider what you're doing and find another place. I know it's hard to fathom any other place being above reproach, but these places are egregious. So for now, find some other outlet, if you will, or just go without that thing, whatever that thing is. And when it comes to so-called food, you should be seeing the exigency in this scenario. It's getting to the point where you don't want to end up with options that are selecting between the devil's toilet and the devil's refrigerator. You don't want to get to that point. It's almost exactly there. There's
yeah.
very few items in a supermarket that are actually healthy.
How much could you live off of microgreens? I think about that all the time. Like, man, I got a bunch of microgreen trays and stuff, and like the materials to get that going. And I'm like, man, because how much fat do bears even eat? And they have really fatty. Their fat content is very high, and I don't really know where they're getting their fat from.
Well, they have a different gut flora, no different than any other wild animal that exists in their natural climb or natural niche. For example, gorillas who are allegedly 100% so-called vegan, they have a different gut flora. So they also eat or consume a certain amount of food items that come directly from source, as opposed to, the way everyone has been relegated. You have to admit these things. It's called truth. Everyone has been relegated to scavenger to some degree. Scavenger picks up something that has been dropped or picked or whatever by someone else and not from the source. So you picking up an apple that just fell from a tree, that's not a scavenger. You're just picking up an apple and you're taking it off the ground. You can say it's foraging or just picking up an apple. You could take it from the branch and pluck it. That's another way. Or you can, if it falls down the ground and there's nothing wrong with it and it's not become part of the realm of decomposition, it's okay to eat it. However, when you buy something in a supermarket, you are in the scavenger mode, and you have no idea whether or not it's in the decomposition realm because of the masking that goes on. The masking through, chemical, and sometimes the chemical alteration occurs in the shipping, in the storage process, or it occurs in the growth process before harvest. So that means it's been altered. This goes for organic and conventional alike. You're still in that realm of scavenger. So does going to a farmer's market make you a scavenger? Not necessarily, if you get to know that farmer. So the farmer is picking for you, and you know what you want. You can go to them and buy a bushel of whatever. Even better, you can go to the farm and pick it yourself. But if you don't have the time to, because of your empire commitments, you can buy direct from them. That's different. You're not a scavenger in that regard. But when you go to a supermarket, you're kind of in that scavenger mode. You are in that scavenger mode. And for meat eaters, that's basically roadkill minus the road.
Yeah.
If you want animal meat, again, you either go get it yourself, hunt it, skin it, slaughter it, freeze it, or get someone to do it because of your commitments or your squeamishness, whatever. But that cuts out that part of the process that makes you into a scavenger. And you know from whence your source of food comes. You don't know where your food comes. You trust the label. Most things go through several different process steps and sources by the time it gets to you, and then, the relabeling, it might say locally sourced, but it's coming out of Guozhou province or something in China or some other place, and it's heavily waxed, heavily coated, and it's got Bill Gates' hands all over it. You don't know how long this thing's been on a shelf or in storage or in a truck or in a tank. You don't know. And that lack of knowing is crucial. It's part of the ingestion process. The fact that you know something is part of eating. When you annihilate that part, you're not getting the full experience, which goes in hand with the nutrition. You forgo that. So if you forgo the source, you're also forgoing the nutritional factors. That's why, you overeat, you undereat, you eat whatever, because there's no connection with knowledge and that so-called food. You don't just trust the supermarket because it's there and it's all pretty and things are lined up. And that's, you don't want to get stuck in that mode. Your parents got stuck into it, and now you're just practicing it again. I can tell you this much. I told this before. There were no grocery stores. I remember when there were no grocery stores. There were small grocery shops, or there were open markets. And you went to the open market and you purchased your whatever, your fruits, your vegetables, your fish, whatever, and you brought that home. It had to be fresh and it was wrapped. You asked for ice if they had some. If you were buying fish and you wrapped it in that, or if you were, purchasing whatever, and it would be wrapped in paper. We had no plastic bags. We had paper bags, and you put it in whatever type of container that you could carry it in. And it was usually a family thing.
Yeah,
The
and that's
children.
that's how a lot of the world is. I mean, it makes the most sense. It's retarded, man, where we're at in the
Yeah,
so-called first
this is
world.
scavenger mode. This is scavenger mode. And guys, under the disguise of a buffer, the buffer of near opulence, financial independence, fashionable. That's what it's all under the guise of, because this is what rich people do. They go to the market and they look cute and they put their things in their little bags and they go off home. I don't have to rely on a farmer. I can go to a store and buy it. Or I can, if I got a little extra, I can actually have the supermarket bring it to me. Or I can contact Uber Eats and get it already made into a meal.
I could roll on my swivel chair from the computer to the door and get it, not even get up.
Exactly.
No,
That's not how we're meant to be.
yeah. I got one last question. Somebody said, "Greetings, Pharaoh. If one listens or watches someone that passed in film, is that a form of necromancy? And do words of power create energies or prophecies unto the bones or the vessel to life? Is that what Ezekiel meant, or was it necromancy?" I don't know if
Could
I
you
read.
repeat that first part?
If one listens or watches someone that passed in film, is that a form of necromancy?
When they say pass, do they mean, in a
Ice.
violent way?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they got
Yeah,
iced
because,
or.
right, you would have to guess what they mean. They would have to elaborate on that. And that second half?
Do words of power create energies or prophecies unto the bones or vessel to life? Is that what Ezekiel meant, or was it necromancy? Oh, to
No,
life.
that wasn't necromancy. And yes, words do have that capability when there is emphasis within them and behind them, and they're put together in a particular fashion. Yeah.
Yeah, one time I remember you gave me this paper with some metanetter on it, and the paper you was like, "I don't fold the paper. I don't fold it. You're gonna fuck it up if you fold it," because you had it like scrolled up. And you're
Mm-hmm.
like, don't fucking fold it. And you had it, you had the metanetter in there. It was all written in a, I didn't know what at the time when I was reading. Now I know a little bit more. Where I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is just this is actual words with no vowels, and this is how you even, this is real, this is real language.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I remember the effects of it. I feel like, even just not doing it unconsciously, not even knowing the lick of what I was saying, I could still feel some effects. And I can only, imagine if I would have been aware at that time, how it would have been, you know. if I would have been
That's,
raised differently,
that's
or if I
the
would have been
so-called
guided
age
differently.
that everyone is in right now. So this age of I don't want to say ignorance because that's not accurate, but in an age of chaos and mystery. Mystery is not a good thing because all of the things that you just mentioned, whether it's language or in the sense of tunes, sounds, they are all purposeful and can be utilized as such. But when they're not known, when it's unknown, or they're taken for granted and misused, obviously misused, then you have chaos. Especially, when you consider so-called music, you should recognize that this comes from another source, or this comes from something other than what it is being used for. The same thing with words. But the usage now is a perverted use. And therefore it is a chaotic and a painful or pain-causing use. It doesn't repair. It doesn't uplift or change or repel as it was meant to do. So it now becomes, in the hands of those who are considered profane, it becomes powerless, or worse, dangerous, inadvertently dangerous.
Is 528 better than 432?
I would say see what happens when you use that frequency, that hertz, and see exactly what you feel. All of them have variants. They're going to affect certain things. 432 has an overall calming effect, but it doesn't affect other things. It doesn't permeate or penetrate as deeply as 528. There are other hertz as well.
Yeah,
Not just
I remember there was a guy, quarterback, recently, because I've seen so many different hertzes online. I don't know which ones are, the ones that are worthy. But I remember there was a guy. He did like breath work before every game, and he was like, I listened to the frequency of God, and it was like 930 something, and I just never knew which ones were the ones, because there's so many listed now that it's like I
find
just
out
think
the purpose for each and apply them or implement them for those purposes only. Now you're seeing it outside of the realm of just the sound, and it becomes a tune. You use a tuning fork to assist you in finding perfect pitch or strength when it comes to a string, especially for an instrument. And so aren't you doing the same thing with the vessel? You're bringing it into tune for best strength and repair. So it would require different sound levels, different hertz, different wave patterns, or waves and frequencies.
so different times of the day and different circumstances would have a different necessary tuning.
And of course, the source of whatever you're using. If you use a tuning fork, uh, you'd have to know exactly which fork to use.
I mean, because you could listen to 432 hertz, but listen to trash music. It still has to be.
Right. I wouldn't use any type of digital music in any of them because you know that digital can be breached.
So like be layered and have some shit in it.
Mm-hmm. That's why most of them are suspect. Binaural beats, etc. Look at the outcome and see if anyone is actually repaired from these recordings. You'll find that that's not the case.
I feel
See
like
if
they're
you
always
actually.
lofty. I feel like they're always so lofty and damn near arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to cut you off, but that's my
No, it's okay.
experience.
But you wanna look at that, and that's your evidence. Look at the ones that they claim will give you clarity of purpose and thought when you're studying or focusing or contemplating, so-called meditating. See if that actually is the case. More than likely it's not. Don't listen too long, because more than likely there's a repeat pattern going on within. This goes deeper than so-called sublimation. Or subliminal patterns.
Sublimation is actually when something converts from one element to another and skips a process, right?
Something like that.
So that's kind of like how it's like skipping your natural mechanism for detecting it, I guess. It's like when it's sublimation, I guess.
Right, that's why you embed things in something else so that it can be bypassed and then received. You see that internally, molecularly, cellularly, when it comes to so-called pathogens and antigens. If they can mask and get within, they'll get absorbed, and then they can do their damage.
So sublimation would be like if something goes directly from water, it skips the gas part, goes right to plasma. So it's like something that goes from, I don't know, some state, or goes the other way. The other way is a different name. I forget what that is. But so it's like kind of like something gets stuffed in the sandwich, and then like it's gonna, I guess, just get converted. Like it gets converted from thought into action. Like it just bypasses that whole process of like regulating the thought. It just gets turned right into action.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out how because that's subliminal. Everybody uses the word subliminal, but sublimation is a better word.
Right, and I recommend looking into the history of and the purpose of steganography.
Steganography.
Right, steganography, sublimation, as you mentioned, deposition. Those terms. Look under those. This is for everyone. These are all. You can say these are chemical terms. Sublimation, solid turns into a gas without passing through the normal phases, the liquid phase, as you mentioned, and then deposition, you can say, is kind of the opposite. Pardon this heavy rain here. It's like the process in reverse, where the gas turns directly into a solid without passing into or through a liquid phase, like frost from water vapor, directly from water vapor. That's a perfect example.
So it's not even going through the process fully. Like it's skipping. Some sort of skipping is happening.
So what does that imply? Saying that you have a process of receiving data, stimuli. And when it's like your blood barrier, your blood-brain barrier, which many different things are used to impose upon the vessel, the sentient vessel, in order to get to certain things. A vaccine does that. That should tell you automatically, don't vax. Why do you need to go beyond the law? Why do you need to break the law to get in?
Yeah. So there's so many different forms. There's so many different forms of sublimation. Like artificial insemination is like sublimation, kind of, right? Kind of. It's just you're bypassing all of the
Yeah, exactly. That's why those places, that's a pawn move or a chess move that's going to cause many issues in the future, the so-called future. Those places should not exist.
Or is that the reverse? Because what's the opposite of sublimation? What was the other word?
Deposition.
Yeah, because it's going from like unseen or microscopic to just something, just a whole person, and then you didn't go through any of the middle process. Mm-hmm. That's exactly crazy, man. I mean, everything really is physics. It's really we didn't get taught physics. I didn't get. Some people did. I can't speak for everybody, but I didn't get taught physics correctly or really at all.
Yeah, high school is the worst place as a primer for not just physics, but usually chemistry, biology, and anything mathematical. And so you don't rely on that. You can use it as a weak primer, but when you get home, you do self-study, self-edification. You don't have to wait on the guides or or the, I know you've heard that,
Yeah.
or
Drop
the,
it.
yeah, or the parents to teach you. Maybe they have they don't have the wherewithal to do so. So you don't wait on anyone to do that. You do it yourself.
What's a good book for mathematics? Because you had a
Hmm.
great book for etymology. You'd be dropping great books. So I'm like, man, there's got to be some math books.
Yeah, there are quite a few, and I'm always looking for others as well. There's some perfect or succinct knowledge that you can go to in the community library in Farrell's house, and they are definitely for those who have been contaminated by school teachers. That's what I call it because many school teachers have handicapped many brains, making them think that they have a physical deficit, and there's no such thing, in mathematics. You don't have a physical deficit. That would mean everyone in that room has a physical deficit. How come certain groups in the rooms or certain people in the room, the so-called class, they get it, but you don't? This has nothing to do with that. Many other factors do come into the realm of imposition, and they can make a difference and do make a difference, such as nutrition. So sometimes it's best to take on such things as math on a so-called empty stomach, and not in a school setting. Notice empty stomach, school, classroom don't work, but empty stomach in any other situation, especially when you're at home, is not a bad situation. So that should tell you if you want to undo and absorb math, true mathematics, and go as deep as you want, as high as you want, do so at home or in a space that you can trust on an empty stomach. Nutrition plays a part when it comes to fuel and stamina, and only that. The carbohydrates that you're fed in school actually block you and maintain that stupor. So your vessel was concerned with breaking that crap down when you should have been focusing in on that mathematics. And usually the crap didn't start in the school. A lot of people didn't get the crap until lunch. The crap started at home. Most parents feed their children a lot of crap. And that crap stifles not so much the learning or the absorbing, it creates a distraction within. And usually that distraction is strong enough to to mess with the metabolism, and many get sleepy, many get hyperactive, if you want to use that term, that construct. But in other words, you get distracted on a physical scale. So the only thing that you can so-called learn are those items that really don't matter, like so-called history, anything that really doesn't relate to that is substantive.
Yeah, nothing that is like actual observable reality. I mean, there is observable reality in history, I guess, at some level, because you can see some trade remnants of it in the present. But like, for the most part, it's something that you can actually observe and like interact with.
Exactly, and I mentioned decades ago, get a chemistry set. So you can have a little lab and you can test certain things that comes complete. You can buy a microscope. In fact, you should look around on those auction sites to see which, the U.S. government is always getting rid of equipment. You can get a very powerful microscope for the home, and like literally almost pennies on the so-called dollar. You can do that because there are very few places that you can actually buy them from. Those stores don't exist. You might have to get it online. There was a company called Sears and Roebuck You could get many different things from them. For the hobbyist, you could get a rock jewel tumbler kit, you know, that polished rock, and you could make your own gems. You can get a chemistry set. You can get so many different things because children their focus was different at particular point in time. The focus wasn't completely on drowning them and immersing them in stupidity at that point. It was the operations were still going on, but not to this degree. And so you had not all students or children or young minds, but many did want those types of items. They didn't want toys, or what you call toys, distractions.
Yep. That's,
You know,
I mean,
action figures and silly things that you see on TV that make you lose your your purpose, and you know, because many wanted to become the doll, the effigy that they were playing with. That's the whole purpose of an effigy, to take on a spirit that is embodied in the effigy.